Live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. We live, right?
Yes, sir, we are live.
Okay, good morning. Today is Wednesday, January 6th. This is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of January. Has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Today on our agenda, we'll be covering non-restricted, restricted new systems, casino player dispute appeals, and regulation items. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any public comments via email prior to today's meeting.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for December 2020.
Okay. Each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would either of my colleagues like to make a motion?
Certainly, Chair Gibson, I will. I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of December 2020.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that this brings us to our non-restricted agenda, and please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Nancy Lou Dyfek for temporary licensure as personal representative of the estate of Bruce Douglas Dyfek.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Goodwald.
Dennis Goodwald with the law firm of McDonald, and presumably with me is Nancy Dyfek. With your permission, I'll give you a brief history of the events leading and influencing this application.
Absolutely. Would you like to wait for your client?
Oh, yes. Yes. She's not on yet, huh? I checked with her a second ago, and she was waiting. She had managed to log in, so we will see.
There she is. I see her. Okay.
Ah, excellent.
All right. Go ahead, please, Mr. Goodwald.
Here we go. In April 2019, Bruce Dyfek, Nancy's husband, died of a heart attack very unexpectedly. Bruce had held an interest in Lucky Silver Gaming since 2013. Lucky Silver Gaming's in-house counsel, Joe Kane, contacted me and asked my firm to immediately notify the board of the death, which we did. Let me see here. In May, Colorado Probate Court appointed Nancy as the representative of Bruce's estate. Up to the time of his death, Bruce had exclusively controlled the family's finances, and over the decades had built up a considerable investment portfolio. In 2017, Bruce, together with some investors, invested a great deal of their own money and borrowed a great deal more to invest in Ocean Resorts Casino in Atlantic City. Bruce guaranteed the loans personally and directed Nancy to do the same, essentially mortgaging all of the family's investments. Ocean Resorts losses were immediate and considerable, and within a year, the loans were in default. In February 2019, Bruce negotiated an agreement with lenders that provided that all of the Dyfek's investments would be assigned to the lenders, with the exception of Lucky Silver Gaming. Bruce handled all the negotiations. Nancy signed various documents regarding the assignments as Bruce directed, but was not otherwise involved in the negotiations. Because of the complexity of the Dyfek's finances, those assignments did not happen immediately. It would continue for months after Bruce's death, with Nancy attempting to effectuate the agreements with the lenders on behalf of both herself and Bruce's estate. Bruce's investment in Lucky Silver Gaming was a passive investment. and held individually. And it took quite a while for Nancy to get a hold of the estate. As she was going through these assignments, she discovered this interest in Lucky Silver, that Bruce still had it. We told her she needed to file an application immediately for it. That was in November 2019. She filed within a month, and that's what brings us here today.
Well, wonderful. Welcome, Ms. Dyfek. You're on mute.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Well, thank you. There were, I mean, this is a clean background, but I'd like to open it to conversation with my colleagues, members Johnson and Katsaros. Please go ahead and ask your questions of Mr. Gutwald and his client, Ms. Dyfek.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gutwald, just for purposes of the record, you indicated that your firm had contacted the board when asked to do so early on in the year, but it's my understanding that you did not represent the applicant at that time, and that may have contributed to the notice issue that is required under Reg 9 not being satisfied. Is that understanding correct?
Exactly correct. She did not engage us till November 2019. And at that point in time, we said, hey, you need to file an application. We represented Fifth Street Gaming that manages the Lucky Silver Gaming. We also represented Lucky Silver Gaming itself. So the members, the managers of that company contacted me, but Nancy didn't engage us till November.
All right, but once your firm was engaged and your client was advised of the necessary filing, that filing ensued immediately thereafter?
Yes, within a month. She had some real, as you could tell, some pretty complex finances to put the application together. But yeah, she got on it right away, and within a month it was submitted.
All right. That was the only clarification that I wanted to ensure was contained in the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Gutwald. Good morning, Ms. Dyfek. My condolences on the passing of Bruce. The only questions I wanted to understand is to clarify, from my understanding, is Lucky Silver Gaming LLC, is this the only gaming holdings in Nevada that you currently hold?
It is.
It is. Okay. And again, the intention there is to dispose of the asset at some point until, well, within the next 2 years, I think is a limitation that we're talking about on the license.
That's what we're asking for with this economy. We're not sure how it's going to work out. But we think that within 2 years, we can dispose of that interest.
Okay. And that was my follow-up, which is, do you feel you can conduct this within the 2-year time frame that you'd have here?
We hope so. We don't want to ask for more. We thought we were pushing the limits on it with asking for more time, but if it's not taken care of in 2 years, we may be back before you.
Understood. And so you'd, of course, that would be our obligation to come back before us, but I think a 2-year request in this case is wholly appropriate, frankly.
Thank you.
I didn't have any other questions on that.
Okay, thank you both. Mrs. Dyfek or Mr. Gutwald, just so I understand and for the record, the other investors or the investor group that invested in the Atlantic City Casino, to which there's an obligation to pay some portion of dividends or the entirety, absent or minus some kind of a fee once your interest in this property is sold or this property's sold. They don't have any control over the interest or over the casino itself. Is that
Nothing.
correct?
Nothing, and they understand that. They're licensees in New Jersey. They've been through the regulatory process, and they've been completely hands off. They know they can't touch this, and they made a conscious choice not to go through the regulatory process to acquire this interest, which is somewhat de minimis compared to their other holdings.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Ms. Dyfek, my condolences to you as well. I got a chance to meet your husband. He worked with my father, actually, Jim Gibson. So
Oh,
he
yeah.
was a great man, larger than
Very
life.
nice man.
So thank you for appearing. Appreciate that. Are there any other comments or any further discussion from my colleagues? No? Okay. I'll entertain a motion if there's someone who'd like to
Mayor
make.
Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell with a limited license to expire at midnight of the January 2023 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsouras,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye.
And thanks to Agent Barthelme for his work on this. He dove into this in a detailed manner and made something that was very complex a lot easier to understand, I suspect, based on the questions he was asking. So it was a pleasure working with him as always.
Thank you. It's always good to see you, Mr. Gutwald, and thank you, Ms. Dyfik. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for appearing. Okay.
Pleasure.
And with that, Madam Secretary, let's go on to non-restricted item number 2.
non-restricted number 2 is the application of Martin James Logan II for a finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer of William Hill U.S. Holdco. Inc., American Wagering Inc., BW Subco, William Hill Nevada 1, William Hill Nevada 2, and AWI Manufacturing Inc.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your name for the record.
Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and I think we're still waiting for Martin Logan to log
We
on.
are. There's a queuing process, so we'll wait for him to appear.
I'm here.
Are you? Would you please turn on your video, sir?
Yes, I'm working on that right now.
Okay.
I've started it, but it's
There we go.
Welcome, Mr. Logan. Because I live in a glass house and we had some IT problems ourselves, I won't cast any stones. So thank you for appearing. And it's good again to see you, Mr. Gutwald. Do you have an affirmative presentation?
With your permission, I'll just have Martin tell you a little bit about himself and his career that's brought him here today.
Okay, please. Please state your name for the record first, then go ahead.
sure. My name is Martin Logan.
Your audio is difficult to hear. I want to make sure that the transcription is clean. Thank
you. How is it now? Any better?
It's better. Go ahead, please.
So my name is Martin James Logan. I'll give you a little bit of history on my career. So I started writing code or programming back in the 80s when I was in junior high school. Started making video games. I coded, as a hobby all through high school, pre-internet, and then went to school for computer science. Actually, my first choice was philosophy, but my father told me that if I major in philosophy, that I have to pay for the degree. I majored in computer science, that he did it. So he kind of helped me along that path. So I majored in computer science. I interned at a company called Thales Systems, and then went on to work there as my first full-time job back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I worked on telecom systems in relatively low-level languages like C and C++, stuff that carried voice over the lines. The early voice over IP systems is what I was doing as a start there. I also was introduced to functional programming back then. I went on to write a book, host many teaching conferences and things like that on this branch of sort of, I guess I'd call it mathematically derived programming. Published the book in 2010. So I had quite a large open source project and just presence outside of work due to having been introduced to this type of programming early in my career. In my career, I moved from Thales Systems to a company called FutureSource, where I worked on financial charting applications. So, if you're trading futures and options, it's really important that those charts that, chart the movement of those underlying instruments are accurate and timely. So my skill in this language I was introduced to was something quite useful for building large-scale distributed systems that were soft real-time in their time complexity. So that worked really well for charting. From there, I moved on to a startup, and I thought, wow, I'm in my 20s, and this thing's going to blow up, and I'm going to be rich. And that did not happen. In fact, it went completely the other way, as startups are wont to do. But it was a really great experience. It was a British company. I was actually the last employee in the U.S. Before they shuttered it entirely. Fantastic technology, just a little bit ahead of its time, unfortunately. It's a big thing these days, though, but I didn't know about it. And then I went to Orbitz.com, which is now owned by Expedia. And that's where I think I really built my management career. I started out more as a tech lead, team lead. I was writing code, and then they quickly sort of sucked me into more and more management. And I climbed through the ranks there. So I ran almost, at one time or another, I ran almost everything at Orbitz. Started off in back-end systems, ran all their low-level componentry, moved into, made a huge push to get into SEO and merchandising. I thought being the SEO, search engine optimization person for a big .com would be a huge career move. So I lobbied and pushed really hard to get into that position, and I did get it. That was a really great part of my career. I then built the first mobile apps for Orbitz.com. We beat Expedia to the market by a good 6 months. We built the first iPad app. So I ran the group and built the group that built all the iPhone, iPad, and Android apps back in 2009 when this stuff was brand new. That was really exciting. I then, from Orbitz, after running mobile and SEO and merchandising and a large part of the website, I moved on to Amazon.com. I really wanted to see how Amazon worked and sort of learn from them. So I moved to Seattle. I worked for Amazon for a couple of years. I ran something called Cloud Drive, which was essentially all the consumer cloud storage for, kind of like Dropbox, if you're familiar with that, at Box.com, but for Amazon. And largely what we were focused on was photo storage. So I built the gallery apps and photo storage for the Fire Phone, for the Kindle tablets, all that kind of thing. It looks like you're speaking, but perhaps muted.
I want to make sure our court reporter can hear you clearly.
Okay.
It's difficult to hear him, but I'm listening intently, Chair. Thank you. He has background noise.
I'm having trouble clearly understanding the speaker. The audio is just not very clear.
Does this make it any better?
It does. Can you turn the volume up? Or maybe I should do it on my end, actually.
Yeah, it's
The
more
other
clear.
thing that I can do is,
It is clearer, and I have my volume turned up to the max. So if you can adjust your volume any higher, that might be helpful as well.
okay, if that just dial in. Okay. Is it? Of course, this Murphy's Law. I'm having this problem now. I've been on meetings all day. I could also dial in if that would work better.
You sound great now, sir. This is the court reporter.
Okay. All right. And just let me know if anything changes there. So I moved from Orbitz to Amazon. I ran Cloud Drive there, built the basically unlimited photo storage was my big project. We did the gallery apps for the Fire TV, the Fire Phone, all the Kindle tablets, essentially all the digital products across Amazon. And then during my time there, I was recruited back to Chicago, and the idea was to build the country's first online digital mortgage. So there were two companies really trying to do this. One was Guaranteed Rate, the other was Quicken Loans, and you might be familiar with Rocket Mortgage. So I went to Guaranteed Rate, which was, I think, the 8th largest independent mortgage company in the country, or the 8th largest mortgage company in the country, and one of two independents. I did build that digital mortgage. We launched it a good 6 months ahead of Rocket Mortgage. So we went down as the first company to do that. I worked there for 5 years. We saw the company grow from 8 to 6 and bordering on 5. It's grown quite a bit. I think when I started, they were 14 billion in volume, and I think they did 70 something last year. So it grew tremendously, and essentially built the technology organization there. Ran everything from IT, which are this kind of thing, making sure our computers are working, to my real forte is the development, and particularly when a company is trying to build something new and innovative but launch it quickly and get out there in time or ahead of the competitors. That's been my specialty, is not really, is coming in and organizing a group that can move fast. And so that's what really and that started with Orbitz, with those mobile applications and the SEO framework, and then again with Amazon, particularly with Guaranteed Rate. And then that's what brought me to William Hill, I think, which is, William Hill had aspirations to build a completely new tech platform that would allow them to scale nationally. And, as I'm sure all of you are intimately familiar, it's a complicated undertaking. So I came on February of 2019. We worked hard to build the platform. We launched it in August of 2019. And then we've since expanded it to, a number of states, and I think been quite successful with the platform that we've built. So hopefully that covers the length and breadth of it, and you were able to hear enough of it. If there's any questions, of course, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you for that presentation. It's an interesting trajectory you've been on. I can see how you're well prepared for your work with William Hill. So I have a few questions, just to just curiosity-driven questions.
Yeah.
So mathematically derived programming language. What would you provide more detail?
Yeah, sure. So there's this old theorem called the Church-Turing theorem, and Turing machines are. Oh, okay. So awesome. That's great.
Well, it's logic-based, right? So
yeah, 100%, right? So it's based on functions and the composition of functions. And so there's essentially a category theory and set theory are two branches of mathematics that deal with functions and then the transitions between them. It's really great to see you nodding your head knowing what this stuff is. I wasn't expecting that, but that's great. So yeah, it's essentially functional programming. You can think of some of the languages, one of the languages that we're working on, as basically a programmatic embodiment of category theory. And so we work directly with category theoretical constructs like Kleisleys and semi-grouples and monads and monoids and things like this. And that's how we do our programming. And the other thing, the language that I became particularly an expert in was extremely useful for doing distributed systems. And back when I started it, distributed systems all the way through maybe about 2012 were almost impossible for people to do effectively. It was huge bloat. It took massive teams and they broke all the time. Whereas the functional programming combined with process-oriented programming allowed us to deal with distribution in a way that made it relatively trivial. And so that's essentially what I wrote my book on, was just the application of functional programming in large-scale distributed systems.
Wonderful. Okay, well, and then your work on derivatives and ensuring that the modeling, the graphical representation was, there's no latency, and that it represented the underlying derivative pricing and so on. So I can see how, sort of line information and so on and representation of that would be critical, and under distributed systems, as there's risk management that occurs over lots of different systems and over a broad, geographic area, that's important. So it seems like you're well positioned, well prepared for this position with William Hill.
Thank you. I think so.
Well, thank you. I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions, please. Members Johnson and Casaros.
Morning, Mr. Logan. Do you know COBOL?
I know of it, I guess I would say.
Okay, no, it's kind of an inside joke. So how did you actually come to William Hill, though? How did the opportunity present itself?
I had been at Guaranteed Rate for 5 years, you know, had sort of had the experience of really delivering on that digital mortgage that that I really set out to create. And I felt that at that point, there was also, I felt that basically after 5 years, it was time to look for my next opportunity. I also wanted to leave Chicago. I'd been there most of my life outside of the Amazon experience in Seattle. And so I was looking for a bit of a change. So I spoke with a number of executive recruiters that I had kept in contact with over the years. And the William Hill opportunity came up early as just kind of a flash in the pan sort of thing, and something to maybe consider, but it wasn't quite there yet. And then I spoke to them, I think it was over a period of quite a number of months. Basically it went dormant for a little while and then resurfaced, and we got really serious about talking about it, and and eventually I accepted the offer.
Okay, and you currently reside in New York? Sorry.
It just cut out just a little bit.
No worries. You currently reside in New York?
I do, yes.
So do you work out of your home office, or are you working out of the William Hill office up there in New Jersey?
I actually spend more time in Vegas than I do New Jersey at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the makeup of your team right now?
The team is comprised of, I would say, well, there's the IT function. So I hired a CIO recently, Hilton Starisky. He runs IT. Outside of the IT, it's broken up into what I call requirements areas. The requirements areas are big chunks of the tech we care about. So one requirements area is acquisition, and they are that's comprised of a number of developers, designers, DevOps people, and all of the requirements areas have those type of functions within them. Another one would be the sports book itself. Another one are the back-end functions. And then another one is the retail, the sort of retail technology that we've built onto the platform.
And where are most of these people residing?
I would say the bulk are probably in Las Vegas by a little margin. And then we've got quite a number in New Jersey, East Coast, New Jersey, New York area.
Right.
Nobody out here, the office is pretty much lied dormant the entire year. So they're in New York and New Jersey. And then I've got a contingent of, I think, three teams and a few contractors in Leeds, just north of London. And then we've got about 18 people in Krakow in Poland. So those are the two remote teams, and they do. Leeds is retail, so the kiosks in the sports bars and so on, and then Krakow is our betting engine. So it's written in a functional language called Scala, and they essentially build the sort of that core betting engine piece.
Now you mentioned you released or you launched a new platform, but you suggested perhaps only in a couple of markets.
Yeah.
Was that accurate, or?
Yeah. So it is accurate. It's we release it as a state legalizes sports betting. We then look to move into that state. The platform wasn't ready to move rapidly into states, I would say, until about April. So we had released our classic platform, I guess I'll call it, into states like Iowa that we weren't ready for with the new platform. We have recently migrated Iowa to the new platform, but with the new platform, we're in New Jersey, we're in Iowa now, we're in Colorado, West Virginia, and we're about to launch into Michigan. And ultimately we'll migrate Nevada. That's obviously a huge undertaking because we have quite a presence in Nevada. We're looking to do that probably in 2022.
So you still have the legacy platform in Nevada then? We
do, yeah. And so you know what, sorry, to answer your other question, apologies, in terms of the structure, I also have an area that works on that classic platform that is in Nevada as well. That's the other area that I didn't mention.
Understood. As far as the differences between your legacy platform and your new platform then, is it more user-based functionality or more back-end? Is there more back-end benefits for your operation, or is it both, frankly?
It's both. So you'd made the joke initially about COBOL, and I throw back to Pascal. And part of the old platform is written in Pascal. And
Okay.
so, you might imagine it's an older platform. Along with older platforms just comes difficulty, and the way they were structured makes it harder to modify them. And so in order to really be a national player and to compete with the likes of DraftKings and FanDuel and all the others, we have to have a platform that's flexible enough for us to move at a pace. And so that's what the new platform offers. From a feature perspective, we're ahead of the old platform, but not by so much. But it's really that flexibility to continue to move quickly, and also, on the back end, it's the scaling ability. So can we manage this thing at a national level easily? Does it perform well under the load that we're going to be taking as this industry grows? And that it brings that for us as well.
So the underlying operating system, then, did you migrate to a new one with a new platform?
Yeah, so we run them concurrently. We built it from the ground up. But the underlying operating system is different. It runs VAX on the old one, as well as some Linux. The new one is pretty much entirely Linux. The programming languages are different, where we have PHP and Java on the old one. On the new one, we run Scala, Java, and JavaScript.
Okay. And then in terms of your background, I did want to ask about one item of interest. You had a foreclosure going back about a decade or so, just over a decade. Could you share some insight on what happened there?
Yes. So when I got out of college, as many people at that time did, my brother and I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, got very excited about real estate investment. So I bought my first building, I think, my mid-20s. We sort of scraped that thing together and, did the rehab ourselves, and it's very difficult. And I sold it many years later at a loss, because we basically bought at exactly the wrong time. And during that time, we also, as things got more expensive in Chicago, we were looking to continue this real estate career that we were building up. And so we bought 2 buildings in Kankakee, Illinois. And the reason we bought them is there was a plan to put an airport in Peatone, Illinois, which is neighboring Kankakee. And so we thought, well, if the 3rd Chicago airport goes in there, that's going to be a really good thing for the real estate. That did not happen. And, all kinds of other things happened, which drove the utility costs through the roof. The renters, the kind of went down in terms of their ability to pay. So expenses went up. Income went down. We were fully rented and still couldn't cover the expenses as they were. And so we ultimately spoke with Wells Fargo. We talked to everybody there about, can we do anything? Can we negotiate a reduction in the interest rate on this? Because it'll be good for the community. We'll keep the building running. We maintain it well. There was literally nothing they could do. I think we were just too small. The buildings were $190,000 a piece, kind of a thing. My brother, and a reason I say buildings is there were 2 of them. My brother was on the mortgage for one. I was on the mortgage for the other. They were identical and next door to one another. So we ended up speaking with the assistant to the president of Wells Fargo Bank, and he said, "Look, there's just not a lot of options for you. Honestly, you're probably best off just walking away from it." And so my brother did he sort of defaulted on his as a test, just to see, let's do it on one. Let's not just, do it on both of them. And so we were able to clear that up for him. And then we did the same thing for the second one. But essentially, we were in our 20s paying $1,000 a month toward these buildings with no way to essentially, negotiate any changes, and not able to do a short sell, basically, out of options. And so that's where the foreclosure came from, at that time.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I didn't have any other questions on your background. It came back clean. So thank you for the presentation today.
For sure.
All right, good morning, Mr. Logan. So how long have you been in the position that you currently hold now with William Hill?
Since February 4th of 2019.
February 2019, so coming up on 2 years now. And so how has that transition gone? And particularly, how have your prior professional experiences prepared you for this opportunity and what you bring to the table here?
It's gone really well. I'm really happy, and I think the company's really happy with how it's gone. So essentially, the big goal was to launch this platform in New Jersey to start with, right? Let's get it out in one state. So my prior experiences, I think particularly in competing with Expedia to get the first online travel agency mobile apps out to market and try to beat them. And then again, in competing with Rocket Mortgage to try to get the first online mortgage experience out and beating them. What I developed, the techniques I developed in those races essentially were exactly what I brought to the table here. How do we get this thing out quickly? How do we keep our eye on the ball? And, sometimes when you're moving quickly, there's a million things you want to do. And if you do all of them, you're not going to win. And so just kind of the emotional temperament as well that, I developed during those times, I think also helped, as well as the actual technical and managerial techniques. So we launched that thing. And then, the focus really turned to, okay, well, it's out there, but if we scale it, it has to be more stable than it is. So we had to stabilize it. We had to add in the ability to move quickly into multiple states. We had to add a casino to it. We needed to add retail to it. And we did all of those things. We then rolled it out to Indiana, to Colorado, to West Virginia. We launched our casino over the summer. We integrated with CBS Sports, a major partner. So we built the third-party integration API. We built all the capabilities that we needed. And we proved, I think, with the launch of Colorado, really, in September of last year now, that we have a legitimate platform, a platform that can compete with anybody. And then we, I think a big milestone was crossed just recently with the Iowa migration, showing that we now have the capability of migrating the classic platform to the new one. So really the road ahead for us to push this new platform out everywhere that we want it to go is now clear. And it's a matter of just really executing on it. So I think it's gone well.
All right. Sounds like those prior experiences have been beneficial to you in this current opportunity, and continuing along the lines of some of the similarities and dissimilarities between what you've previously done and what you're working on now. I'm just interested in what you have found further between perhaps some similarities and some dissimilarities. And also with regards to any potential similarities, obviously in this context, very heavily regulated field of work involving with gaming regulation and what have you. And I was interested in any parallels in your prior experiences where you have had significant responsibilities with dealing with regulatory bodies.
Yes, I think the biggest one by far would be in the financial sector with Guaranteed Rate. We were audited by we got audited by CFPB, which is a powerful regulating body within the financial space. We also were audited by New York, the New York Department of Financial, NYDFS, essentially, who is, I think, the leading state regulatory body within that space. And so going through those audits and just understanding the basics of what all the different how all the different parts of the company work together in order to get through that, understanding the importance of the documentation that we need to put together. As you come in as a tech guy into that industry without as much experience, your focus is, hey, we're building product, and you kind of, well, documentation, okay, but it's more about what we build, and you start to realize just the importance of the tech, but also of the policy that goes behind the tech, and how we guide the organization via that policy. So that I think really helped. Just having contact with regulators, throughout that 5 years, I think was really helpful. I would say what's dissimilar is in this space. I think Nevada is more similar because I think you guys have a very mature regulatory body around this. You've been doing it for a long time. In the other states, they're just launching this, this technology. And so it's a closer relationship, I think, in a lot of ways, in that there's, a bit more back and forth. There's, more questions. I've got more staff working on, working directly with regulators than I would have before. I've got more personal relationships with regulators than I would have in the past, where I think, in the mortgage space, things are so mature and so buttoned up. It's like, here's the manual, here's what you got to do. Everybody knows what you have to do. In this space, I've been more intimately involved with it. So it's been really, really interesting in that respect. But I think the past job did prepare me pretty well for it.
All right. And in your current position, do you know who was the prior incumbent to that position, or is this a new position?
Yes, I do. So Adam Goldstein ran it prior to me. So when I came in, I was focused on the new platform. Joe Asher, our CEO, wanted me to take over, broadly the IT and the older platform as well. I had resisted that for a little period of time just because we needed to focus in on the new platform, and it was a full-time job to get that thing on its feet. I would say December of 2019, I started to move more into managing broadly. Adam Goldstein left in February of 2020 on good terms. I knew him fairly well. Good guy, smart guy.
All right. And in terms of the areas of responsibility currently, are they similar to what they were previously in terms of direct reports and otherwise areas of responsibility?
Yes, and in that I have all product and all technology. I focus a little more with on IT these days than I did when I started. But generally, it's running product and running development, and it's the same thing. And I've added in the classic technology scope as well, but it's sort of another of the same, essentially.
And cybersecurity is an element of your responsibilities as well?
It is, yes. And I spent one of my big focuses in the spring of last year, I interviewed many people looking for a really strong CIO to really be able to take over. And so we've brought in he's brought in a really strong director of security, and we're putting a lot of focus there at this point.
All right. And so broadly speaking, the types of threats that the gaming industry, and particularly an operator such as William Hill, would be or should be wary of. Can you just touch on that a bit? There's always a lot of discussion, especially in recent times, about threats of cybersecurity, particularly from foreign state actors. Generally, how does that landscape look in terms of potential threats in the cybersecurity space for gaming enterprises, particularly those such as yours?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple different categories. You have the internal threats, right? So you need to make sure that your machines are locked down, that people can't plug in a thumb drive and pull sensitive documents out of it. You need to make sure that your email system is secure. And so we use Microsoft 365 for that. So you have a number of the corporate IT environment, right? Making sure the internal environment is secure. And then you've got the, sort of the threat surface with your applications, with the technology that you put out there. And so there, you've got a number of different vectors that people can attack. So there's, SQL injection and things people can do right into the front door of the app, password credential stuffing. So we have technology that essentially monitors that. We have what's called a SIM, which is a, kind of a central intelligence dashboard for anything that might be looking to breach the perimeter of our security. Once you get in, if you're breached, then the important thing is, well, are you protecting your PII? Is the personally identifiable information, the financial information, are these things protected? And, a big part of that is making sure that things are encrypted both over the wire and at rest, right? So that your databases are are encrypted, that when things are moving from app to app, that is effectively encrypted as well.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the information. Perhaps just lastly, about your vision for this position and how you plan on using it, and where you plan on taking things with regards to this position in the coming years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about right now we are building up, I think, the final capabilities, kind of coarse-grained capabilities to round out this platform. So we've built up the ability to move into states quickly. We've added casino, we have mobile, we've added retail, and we've added a third-party API and the ability to work with marketing partners. The things that are remaining at a coarse granularity for the platform that we're focused on right now is a really strong and competitive bonusing capability. So I think in Q1 we'll have that more or less rounded out, and then the customer acquisition capabilities. This is a big lift. Being able to understand the customer and derive insights about, if you're betting, sir, if you're a football fan, we don't want to be showing you games that you don't care about, basketball, things like that you never bet on. Can we personalize and understand your tastes and what you look at and make the interface, targeted at you specifically for your convenience? Can we market to you and send you the right offers and the right promos? So that's what we're essentially building right now, is this acquisition tech, the ability to understand our customers and prospective customers and effectively reach out and communicate to them. Once we have that in place, we really have a fully featured platform that has all the coarse-grained building blocks that you need to really compete. From there, I'm excited about the second half, which is where we really move into a more product focus. It's where product becomes more complicated and more exciting, right? And that's starting to compete on a feature by feature footing, essentially, and figuring out, what do our customers want? Who are they? What can we build to make sure that our offering is more compelling and more enjoyable to use and faster and better than what our competitors are offering? And can we provide the business and our operators with the tools that they need to really, make this thing sing for our customers and just be a great place to get your bet down? So I'm really excited to get done with the coarse grain stuff and start to move into that kind of product dogfight, which I really enjoy.
All right. Well, that concludes my questions. I appreciate the exchange and the opportunity to hear more from you about where you've come from and how you arrived where you're at today and where you plan on going. And this company obviously is a significant operator in a significant space. And so it was much appreciated to have an ample, robust discussion with you about you and the company and the position you seek to occupy. So I certainly wish you the best going forward. And thank you again for your presentation this morning.
My pleasure.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Logan. I appreciate you appearing with Mr. Gutwald. I appreciate the questions of my colleagues. And I guess in closing, I just encourage you to interact with your colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean and their experience with GDPR, and make sure that you've incorporate that into your own work. You talked about sort of not profiling, but trying to personalize the experience. Is important for privacy regimes to be sort of respected, and also the iterative process that developers go through, which is very common. It's part of the way they think, as you know. There's not a lot of tolerance for iteration to correct mistakes as you have a platform that's actually deployed. So that's something that legacy systems that you may have encountered have had problems with historically. So I wish you the best of luck. They're lucky to have you. And if only you'd graduated from the University of Chicago, we could do a high five or something. But yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. With that, I'll entertain a motion from my colleagues.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Member Katsouras.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for your appearances. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Dreamscape Flamingo Road Management LLC Dreamscape Companies LLC, Eric Lewis Birnbaum and Thomas Clifford Ellis for a preliminary finding of suitability.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Mr.
Hi,
Birnbaum,
good.
welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. That guy was good.
He was good. That was a good
I was
presentation.
impressed. Wow.
Are we going to be on?
There we go, Mr. Ellis. Let's see. I'm waiting for Mr. Shrek. I can hear him.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you put on? I'm on Mark Starr's. There you go. There we go.
There you are.
Yeah, we're both Mark's here with me, so using his apparatus is better than my little phone.
Okay. Well, welcome. I appreciate your appearances today. Let's first of all, let's start with please state your names for the record, if you would.
Well, if you want, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and make an introduction.
Please, sir.
Because this is a little unique format, but
yes.
But Frank Shrek and Mark Starr, we're here representing the applicants, and you can see on your screen our app is Eric Birnbaum and Tom Ellis, and also joining us is Mr. Birnbaum's assistant, Kat McCoster, and an outside accountant who's been working with us on putting together financial information, Yakov Moline. They're resources for us if we need to help answer some questions that Mr. Birnbaum or Mr. Ellis may be unable to. I have a brief presentation. If the chairman thinks it's helpful, I would provide a overview of the transaction itself, and then briefly discuss the ownership structure and the operation structure, and then after that, just basically turn it over to you for questioning, if that would be helpful.
Yes, actually, I'd appreciate that. I mean, I understand that the individuals are on for a preliminary finding, but if you would, Mr. Shrek, just take us through the sort of, in sequence, this.
Okay.
Yeah,
if I might ask a question, Mr. Chairman,
please.
Belatedly after.
We got those. Thank you very much for sending
those.
Those
structure
we
charts.
did. Thank you very much.
And my artful drawing and coloring.
I thought you should have been an artist. I just for the record.
Like I told Madam Secretary, I flunked stickman drawing in 3rd grade, so I tried my best. I'll give you the transaction overview, first of all. On December 5th, 2019, Rio Properties LLC, which is a subsidiary of Caesars Entertainment Corporation, completed the sale of certain assets of the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino to IC 3700 Flamingo Road LLC, which I'll now refer to throughout the presentation as the landlord. That sale was pursuant to a purchase and sale agreement dated September 20th, 2019. Pursuant to that purchase agreement, Rio Properties and the landlord entered into a lease agreement, pursuant to which Rio Properties would lease and continue to operate the property for an initial term of 2 years at an annual rate of approximately $45 million, consistent with the terms of the lease. Initially, the landlord had a one-time renewal option to extend the lease for an additional year for a maximum fee of $7 million. Subsequently, the parties have amended the lease to extend the initial term and add an additional year, carrying the lease to December 5th, 2023 on similar terms. The source of funds for the purchase price, closing costs, reserves, and pre-development reserves, as well as the uses of those funds, are detailed in Exhibit A to the application, which was provided to the board with the application and hopefully has been provided to the board in its report. The ownership structure, if you'll refer to the first page of the Project Ranger organizational chart structure at closing, you'll see at the bottom in green, the landlord, which is IC 3700 Flamingo Road LLC, is indirectly owned by Roger JV Company LLC, which is the yellow triangle. That entity is a joint venture of 2 separate entities. One of them to the left is Roger JV Investor LLC, which has a 62.999% interest in Ranger GV. And then above it, you'll see AHLEP Investment Las Vegas LLC, which has 37.001%. That is an affiliate of Aimbridge, which is a company we'll talk about in a little while that has the hotel management contract. Now, the next chart is a organizational chart of Ranger JV Investor, which is the 62.999% owner of JV Ranger. You'll see that it has two basic groups of ownership: the third-party investor members and employees, which own 65.588%. And then above it, above Ranger JV Investor in yellow, is Ranger JV Investor MGR LLC, which owns 34.312%. The third-party investor members and employees that have 65.688% are identified on the next page. And so you can review and I'm sure have the individual members of Ranger JV Investor. And then we also have in 2A the membership identified in Ranger JV Investor MGR, so that all of the individuals that have ownership interests in those two entities, which are part of the landlord group, are specifically identified. I mentioned that the other, 37.001% owned by the Aimbridge affiliate. I put a structure chart for Aimbridge, which is the third page or fourth page. It's very hard to read. I apologize. It's the best I could do. But you'll see that it's a structure that's fairly complicated, but it's basically a major hotel company. And it is still part of the landlord group, but it's also part of, it will have a management agreement to operate the hotel, as we'll discuss in a minute. The operation structure is the last page. It's the Dreamscape Company's org chart. As you will note, on the bottom is the landlord company in green. Above it is Dreamscape Flamingo Road Management, which will have a lease agreement with the landlord. That company will be the operator of the casino and related operations. It is the proposed licensee and operator of the casino. Dreamscape Management's sole managing member is Dreamscape Companies LLC. In Dreamscape Management, its president and treasurer is Eric Birnbaum, and Tom Ellis is its vice president and secretary. And because of those positions, they've filed applications for preliminary findings of suitability. In Dreamscape Companies LLC, Mr. Birnbaum is the sole manager member of that company, which is the holding company for the management company. As I mentioned, in addition to the lease with the landlord and Dreamscape Management relating to casino operations, the landlord has entered into a hotel management agreement with a company called Evolution Hospitality to manage the hotel and related activities at the Rio. Evolution Hospitality is an affiliate of the Aimbridge Investor, which is the 37.001 owner of the landlord. That's the operations and the transaction and the landlord structure. If there are any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them. Otherwise, I'll leave the floor open for Mr. Birnbaum and Mr. Ellis to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schreck. I want to thank you for bringing this structure forward. It was interesting, and it was a challenge to go through. especially for my second meeting. Is there as real estate investors, I mean, I've read your backgrounds. Is there a reason for the complexity of the transactions and the structures? And if you could just help me understand that.
Is that to
me
Mr.
or
Birnbaum?
Frank?
Well, I mean, your clients, Mr. Schreck, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Please state your names for the record.
Oh, hi, Eric Birnbaum. How are you? No, there's no. I mean, it sounds complicated, but I think in reality, it's fairly elegant and pretty simple. I mean, in a lot of, or in most real estate deals, which this is sort of like modeled after. You have your general partnership, or those that are doing the day-to-day, if you will, i.e. us, and then you have your partners, and in this specific, or your limited partners, and in this specific transaction, I think the only nuance really that sort of like jumps out is that one of our partners, or LPs, if you will, or investors, is Aimbridge, which is also simultaneously a management company in and of itself, and are going to be playing, an active role in managing the hotel. So, I think that the nuance here is really just mostly related to that. But if there was a specific question as it relates to like the structure, and its complexities, specifically happy to go through it. But I mean, at its core, like I would say that's really the only like nuance, if you will, that I see.
So distilling it down, you're basically analogizing this to a sort of a limited partnership and investor type structure.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly
what we're saying. Okay, makes sense. And so backing up a little bit, I remember the introduction of the preliminary finding of suitability sort of provision and its purpose. So, Mr. Schreck, would you opine on that, if you would? So I appreciate the fact that everyone wants a sort of a shot to get a sense of how the board might view them. Your backgrounds are clean. So would you mind going through the thought process of why we're doing preliminary findings, Mr. Schreck?
Sure. When we first decided to do a preliminary finding of suitability, there was no COVID pandemic. And so we had intended to go through this process and probably exercise their option to take over operations before the end of at the end of the second year. Because of COVID and the problems that it's created, and the fact that the Rio has been closed for a long time, it's now partially opened. It made no sense to continue, on that track of getting a permanent license. But we were already halfway through the preliminary finding of suitability process. So we just decided it was just best just to continue to do that. One of the original reasons to do the preliminary finding of suitability when we did it was so that the potential creditor or lenders to this project at a later date would have a high level of comfort that Mr. Birnbaum and Mr. Ellis would be suitable in the state of Nevada, knowing full well that it's a preliminary finding of suitability, not a permanent, at least as an indication that they have submitted themselves to the scrutiny of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and that hopefully upon a positive recommendation today, they will have at least satisfied the standards for a preliminary finding of suitability. And I think that's helpful in negotiating credit agreements when those are going to be needed later on.
Thank you very much for that. I would turn it over to my colleagues for any questions, please.
Thanks for the overview, gentlemen. That makes complete sense what you said there, Mr. Schreck. I did want to just touch upon your backgrounds. This is just a preliminary finding of suitability, and I know we're going to have a second crack at this at some point in the future. But if you would, I guess we'll start with you, Mr. Birnbaum. If you want to just give us an overview with your background, how you got here, or why we're here today.
Yeah. No, thanks. As far as my background is concerned, so I graduated By the way, I'm having a huge inferiority complex relative to Mark Logan, who went prior. I mean, he was a rock star. So I'm not gonna compete with that. But I graduated in '96. I set off and went actually to Wall Street, and was working at a now unfortunately defunct shop called Bear Stearns, and was there for, I don't know, hard to remember, 3 or 4 years. And after that, found my way to a real estate company called Vornado, and was at Vornado for about 7 years, give or take. And then in sort of the beginning or mid 2008, really right before the great financial crisis hit, I've, timing being everything, decided that it would be a good time to go off on my own and sort of, be more entrepreneurial, still within the real estate field. And at that time set off, was lucky enough to have raised some capital from some LP investors, and went off and started my first project. That project led to another project and another project, and that ensuing with, I guess, the luck more than anything else of not having any sort of like legacy issues during sort of the great financial crisis, enabled myself and the team that we ended up building up, of which Tom was a part of, to basically, play some net offense when a lot of the rest of the world was sort of scrambling and playing, defense. And then when we looked up in sort of like 2000, like end of 2013, 2014, we had been net acquisitive, and better to be lucky than smart. Basically anything that you sort of bought in real estate during those times ended up being quite good. So we had completed about 13, 14 transactions during that time and had a nice run. That timing ensued with actually both Tom and myself's old mentor and boss, who had subsequently then become the CEO of Vornado, a guy by the name of Mike Fascitelli. He sort of not abruptly, but sort of surprisingly stepped down from being CEO of Vornado, had gotten tired of running a publicly traded company. And we had a relationship. He approached me and said, look, you guys have built up a nice little company. What if I came in and sort of was like the gray hair, if you will, and let's keep doing what it is that you're doing, but we'll sort of, effectively allow him to come in. So at the time, I guess the best analogy is, when Michael Jordan of real estate, like, kind of says that he wants to be on your team, you say, sure, like, let's go. So that's really what happened. We rebranded what was a smaller company. We created what then became called Imperial Companies. And from 2014 up until really, the Rio transaction, which happened a year ago, Mike and I had this company and we went off and we're doing our thing. And as in a lot of partnerships, just through the evolution of it, we had just decided effectively to go our separate ways, still with a lot of love, but we ended up creating this new company called Dreamscape, which, ultimately ended up being the purchaser of the Rio. And that company and its employees, inclusive of Tom, have been working ever since. It feels like it's been years, but it's only been 1 year. And we're super excited about this opportunity. We obviously had no idea that we would be facing COVID. But we're believers in that there's hopefully a silver lining in everything, and remain positive and upbeat and excited about the challenge and the opportunity ahead. I will say that one of just sort of stating the obvious, we're real estate guys. And I, don't profess to be a gaming, connoisseur, if you will. And it is certainly an element to the deal, no doubt. And it's a big element of the deal. And we have surrounded ourselves and have learned a lot along the way with what we deem to be some of the best and the brightest, like in the industry. And we're humble, and we're looking forward to to creating hopefully a best in class team and hopefully the end project.
Yeah, no, this sounds like an exciting opportunity. When you guys acquired this property, I was very interested into just to understand who was coming into the market. It appeared to me at the time that it was just going to be a real estate play, but based on the fact that we're here today, and it sounds like what you're saying is you're going to be moving forward to own and operate this property at the expiration of that lease agreement, assuming you continue on that path.
Yeah, absolutely.
More exciting.
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing the rumors that get thrown out there. I've heard everything from we were going to tear it down, and it being I'm a big baseball fan, so I was like excited to hear that we were recruiting the Oakland Athletics, but that was never the case. But yeah, no, look, I mean, at the end of the day, and as you guys well know, the real estate at the Rio is some of the best, as we say in our world, like the bones are sort of incomparable. And it is a great piece of real estate that just unfortunately kind of like lost its way. And, with this being our one of one versus it being, one of many for its previous owners, it's going to get the full, 100% of our attention. And hopefully, we reimagine it to what it deserves to be.
That's exactly what that property's needed for a while, frankly, and I don't think anybody would disagree. But that property at one time was the place to be.
It was the spot. Yeah,
it was absolutely.
When I graduated college, I mean, in '96, that was like, I remember. I mean, that was the spot.
Yeah, and so I think some extra attention to that property is something that's sorely needed for it. It's like you said, it's still got great bones and everything, but over time, you could see the amenities and the services that they're offering continue to sort of disappear or decline and so forth. And I frequent many of the properties just to see what's happening all the time, and it was very noticeable just to see the downward trajectory of some of the services that were no longer there that I used to enjoy personally.
Yeah, look, and I mean, from an investment standpoint, I mean, sort of therein lies like the opportunity. It's very different than going and buying an asset that is humming and, is working on all cylinders. The opportunity is to basically come in and sort of, re-steady the ship and reorient it and fix what has been broken.
So without divulging any of your trade secrets, is there anything you want to share about what your future plans might be for the property and how you're going to improve things there?
Yeah,
it's still too early.
It's not. I mean, a lot of it is just I hate to say it, but there's just so much low hanging fruit that really getting like the low hanging fruit, like taken care of. I mean, redoing the rooms, I mean, it is really a monster refresh. And basically like the actual bones and what's behind the walls are perfectly fine. But what you see and what you experience is where things have sort of been dilapidated. So it is really putting together a sort of an aesthetic that is updated and feels like relevant, and then curating it with experiences, notably like relevant food and beverage, brands, if you will, that, appeal to who we think our customer is. And, I think one of the biggest things, candidly, is that we have spent a lot of time focusing on who our customer is. And I think that's one of the things like that the Rio, from previous ownership, like didn't really know who its customer was and was kind of a little bit all over the place. So, we know, or at least we think we know who our customer is. And we're going to create a product, targeted to that customer. And where we sort of see it is we're not the Wynn, we're not Cosmo, we're not the high end, but we're not the low end. What we sort of like equate it to is what I would say is sort of approachable luxury. So, you know, you get good value for what you're getting, and it's a good experience at a price point that you don't feel you're getting taken advantage of.
And so for the record, you clearly have got, you know, decades of experience in the real estate market. Seems as if you have some experience in hotel. This is your first gaming venture.
100%.
Okay. And with that, if you don't mind, I'll shift over to Mr. Ellis.
Sure.
Sure. So happy to kind of give my background. I graduated from University of Virginia in accounting and finance. I too went to Wall Street, but I went to Charlotte, North Carolina and worked for B of A. And then I met Eric at Vornado. So, you know, we worked together. I was there for about 6 years and, you know, really working in the acquisitions and financing organization. And, you know, Vornado's a office and retail. They have some hospitality, and they do have, you know, they were very opportunistic. So we looked at golf courses, we looked at, you know, industrial sites, we looked at the gaming industry as well. You know, Macau was, you know, just coming into its own, you know, back when we were at Vornado, and that was a big, you know, focus of ours. And we also looked at, you know, we noted the trends in Las Vegas of the revenue diversifying away from, you know, gaming and including more lifestyle and entertainment and food and beverage. And, you know, we, you know, developed a view that, you know, the gaming sector was just kind of undervalued. You know, we focused on hospitality and looking at how valuations in the hospitality sector are at a premium to what's in the gaming sector. And really at the end of the day, you know, I think Eric said it best. It's all about delivering services to your customer and delivering an experience to your customer, whether it's gaming or hospitality or, you know, retail or, you know, residential for that matter. And we just kind of viewed the gaming sector as being, you know, and we believe valuations have increased since, you know, that time, and we believe they will continue to increase. So we are excited about that sector, and we're really excited to be here for the Rio. So, you know, in Eric, as Eric mentioned, we at our company, First Imperial, and then, you know, evolving to Dreamscape now, we have invested in, you know, a number of, you know, steady state assets as well as value add as well as development. So, you know, that gives us a real ability to, you know, tackle a big redevelopment or, you know, renovation project like the Rio. And we've, you know, aligned ourselves. One of our investors is Aimbridge, who, you know, works on the hotel side. And, you know, we've, you know, during this process, you know, Eric has become really good friends with the folks at Prospect Advisors, you know, Bill Macbeth and Barry Lewin and John Suriali, who, you know, have really, we've kind of leaned on and had many conversations with as we got up to speed and you know, delve deeper into the gaming industry. So I, you know, and I think Eric, you know, covered the renovation plan, you know, at the Rio, you know, perfectly. So that's, you know, what my job is to help execute his vision.
And based on the materials that we have, it seems as if you're more involved right now in getting your feet wet and understanding the operation more intimately. And I should ask Mr. Birnbaum that same question, but is that a fair statement?
The operation of the existing hotel of the existing Rio currently?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we look as is plainly obvious, like we had no idea about COVID happening. So we were expecting to kind of like take this year to kind of get under the hood, if you will, and have a upfront view as to like what is going on. We certainly have our hypotheses as to what is wrong, you know, but really all we had to go on are numbers on a spreadsheet. We didn't actually get to like see the asset while we owned it, and see those numbers play out live. So, you know, it's been unfortunate that we haven't been able to do that, you know, because of COVID. You know, thankfully was it December 22nd? I think it was December 22nd. The Rio reopened back up on a partial basis. So we're starting to get a little bit under the hood real time now, which is nice. But we're just sort of, it is what it is. I mean, there's only so much you can control.
Right, understood. Well, I didn't have anything further to go through. Your background for the benefit of yourselves and your creditors and possible future creditors. As far as I'm concerned, there's no areas of concern that were highlighted. I'm happy to support this application, these applications here. And I didn't have any further questions. Thank you very much for the exchange today and the discussion.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that last portion about the reopening of the Rio, you said it opened up the week of the 20th, was it?
I think it was either the 22nd or the 27th. I'm actually not entirely sure, but it was one of those 2 dates. And they're open, I believe, Thursday. They're open from Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I don't believe. And then I think on the shoulder days, Sunday through Wednesday, I think they're actually unfortunately not open.
Okay, so with the limited opening that is occurring, the degree of amenities that are available would include what? For example, is it all inclusive or just reopen parts of it at this point?
It's reopened parts of it, not full, because there's just not enough demand to like fit all the food. I mean, there's 13 separate and disparate, food and beverage venues, and there's just not enough demand to fill all that.
Okay.
So, and to be clear, so that you fully understand the way the structure works, is that we have really not really, we have nothing to do with the operations of the Rio as it is today. Caesars, currently we effectively have leased the hotel to them for the next, X years, and they operate it. So they can do whatever it is that they want. They can keep every restaurant open if they want to. They can close some down. They can change. They can do whatever it is that they want. We have no say in that matter. They pay us rent, and that's really like our involvement, on a day-to-day.
Understood. You made an interesting comment in passing a few moments ago that you had learned a bit along the way of this journey. And I was just curious as to what have you learned about particularly the resort space in Nevada, and especially the components involving gaming?
I mean, I've learned, so many different things. Look, the first thing, is I just, from the top down, the best hire that we made, like hands down, from a consultant perspective, is Bill Macbeth, who you guys probably know currently runs the Cosmopolitan. So he has been, he has basically been our professor, if you will, throughout this process. So I do a lot of listening, and getting, insight candidly from the mistakes that he's made and the wins and the successes that he's had. So I think the biggest thing that has resonated with me, that is so obvious, but people I guess seem to like miss it, is that Vegas is an animal like pretty much like unlike any other, where customers have so many different options to choose from, and you can't be all things to everybody. So you need to kind of pick your lane and pick and decide like who is your customer. And once you understand and appreciate like who is your customer, and starting really from like that high, from that just high level, you then can really build a property catered to that customer. And it's really about everything and anything, in between that, and kind of like hitting all their five senses, but the five senses that you think your customer will, gravitate to. So what is it that customer wants to drink? What is it that customer wants to eat? What is it that customer's design is? What is it that customer wants in their room? What is it that their customer wants? What type of soap do they like? And really just like understanding who your customer is, and creating a product to fit that. And that is really, that's our job.
All right, thank you. So for purposes of the preliminary finding of suitability, I would concur after listening to the exchange with my colleague that there were no issues with regards to a favorable recommendation in that regard. Just for clarification, Mr. Schreck, and I appreciate you putting on the record the rationale and timing of the preliminary finding of suitability, particularly as it relates to some of the then existing circumstances. What is your anticipated timeline for pursuing the finding of suitability, understanding that that would be in relation to the current lease agreement expiration and what have you? I apologize if you touched on that, but I missed it apparently. But what is the anticipated timeline for pursuing the findings of suitability?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of variables, COVID being probably the greatest, but it's the possibility as we've got the lease extended now one more year to December of 2023. They have the ability to terminate that lease upon a certain number of days of notification. So I would suspect, and Eric and Tom can correct me, but they're probably looking at 2022 in that area of maybe pursuing the permanent application.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, just to interject to the, the irony in all of this is, yes, like COVID has played kind of like this, has given a little bit of a hiccup, but there is a silver lining. And, our view is that, that there is going to be a vaccine, and there is, as a result, going to be a lot of pent-up demand that is forthcoming. So our view, and look, we can be wrong, but our view is that Vegas is poised to really benefit from that. So we want to move quicker than slower, as strange as that may sound. So if we're not looking, our base case is not to like have this go on until 2023. Like we're very thankful we have like the luxury if we need that. But our goal is to try and get this thing up and going sooner rather than later.
All right, thank you. I didn't have any other questions that have not already been asked and answered. So I appreciate the information this morning and the appearances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As someone who studies economic development quite a bit, I just want to point out that as alums of schools started by Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and living in New York, and so having a former senator, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, I want to quote him. So he pointed out, when they asked him what is the key component of economic development, he said, build a great university and wait 200 years. And so your two alma maters are exactly that. So with that,
hopefully we don't have to wait 200 years here.
Well, right, exactly. But the point is, invest in higher education and education generally, and great schools. I'll entertain a motion with that if one of you would make it.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. I move to approve. Sorry, we have a withdrawal here, correct? Yeah, no, I'm sorry, my bad. We do not. We're on item number 3. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsouras?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Chair,
Thank you
this is Frank Schreck again. We really appreciated the work of Supervisor Matt Doyle, and a real special shout out for Special Agent Elisa Thompson. She started this project with just doing Tom's investigation. The agent that was doing Eric's retired, and so she took on that burden. You can see from your reports, Eric is not uncomplicated in terms of the businesses that he's involved in. And she did just an absolute superb job of putting all the information together. And we really appreciate the job that she did in putting this application in front of you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Elisa.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the background and the org charts and structures, Mr. Schreck. Those were very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you for appearing. Wish you all the best and hope to see you soon.
No, likewise. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe. Thanks.
Same to you. Okay. With that, Madam Secretary, we've got non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Mark Summerfield for a finding of suitability as a director of 888 Holdings PLC.
Okay. And this is an item that do we need to have a? This is an item where we have some circumstances that require that we refer this back to the board, back to staff. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe you can refer it back, or you can also refer it back and take a vote on it. It's up to you.
Okay, well, so there's no need for a vote, I don't think. Let's just refer it back for a future agenda. Okay.
Done.
Thank you very much. Let's go on to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Jody Fonfa for temporary licensure as an executor of the estate of Andrew Scott Fonfa.
Okay. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. Well, I guess we'll let them queue in first. And if you're on, please take yourself off mute. And
let's see. Can you hear us?
I can. Is that Ms. Vermees, Church Vermees?
Hi, it's Jody Fonfa.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsouris, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. With me is the applicant, Jody Fonfa. By way of background, Andrew Fonfa, a client of mine for many, many years, held a membership interest in Indian Springs Operating Company, LLC. On July 15th, 2020, Andy passed away unexpectedly. On July 24th, I sent notice to the board of his passing in accordance with Nevada Gaming Regulation 9.0201. On August 14th, 2020, I sent a request to Chair Morgan requesting administrative approval of Jody Fonfa as executor of the estate pursuant to Regulation 9.020 sub 3. It's interesting or unfortunate, but at the time of Andy's passing, we were in the process of putting together applications and submitting for his son, Evan Fonfa. Andy, as part of his estate planning, had wanted to transfer that membership interest in Indian Springs Operating Company to his son. Following filing the application for Ms. Fonfa as executor, we did file an application for the trust, for Evan Fonfa's gaming trust. That application is pending and will be investigated in the ordinary course, but we need to take care of this administrative matter first. In addition to being a wife and mother, Jody is a lifelong Las Vegas resident. She has a history of philanthropic involvement in our community. She was a former CEO and executive director of the Miss Nevada Scholarship Organization. She was a former Miss National Fitness. She's currently a certified fitness instructor and is teaching classes here in the Valley. Jody has been before the board and not the commission. She was waived for the commission, but she's appeared before the board before in connection with the Lucky Dragon Casino. She's here this morning and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Ms. Fonfa, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that we're meeting under such circumstances, but it's good to have you. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you so much.
So this is not an overly complex request. Would you just tell us about yourself aside from what your able counsel has already provided?
Sure. So I'm Jody Fonfa. Hello, everyone. I grew up here in Las Vegas. At the age of 6, I moved here from Cleveland, Ohio. And I've been involved, as my attorney Sonia had mentioned, in many, many philanthropic organizations, and I continue to make what I can for the city better, any way I can, any way I can contribute. And I've been teaching fitness most of my life. I went to UNLV, so I was a run and rebel cheerleader back in the Tarkanian days. And yes, I love Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. I was very happy to take on the responsibility after being part of the board for Miss America and the Outstanding Teen Program. They asked me to come in and take over for Miss Nevada, which I did. I was able to raise funds and keep them in a good position before leaving my post about 1.5 years ago. Mother of 3. Unfortunately, I've had a rough ride, as you probably know. 2 years ago, we lost my oldest son, Brett, to a heart condition, same as my husband, Andy, 2 years later. So I'm very fortunate and very grateful. And so, yes, I'm happy to be here and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I appreciate your appearance. I'm sorry for your circumstances, for these circumstances.
Thank you.
I would turn it over to my colleagues for any questions.
Ms. Fonfa, thank you for appearing here today. I'll echo Chair Gibson's comments. My condolences to you.
Thank you.
Your application is straightforward. I didn't have any questions other than understanding what the intent here is. This is an application for temporary licensure as executor, and there's a thought that your son will apply in the future for full licensure, as I understand.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay. Other than that, I didn't have any further questions. Thank you for your appearance here today.
We're on.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I did not have any questions. I did want to also extend sympathies to you and the family, and certainly all the best going forward. And thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you very much.
With that, I would entertain a motion.
If I could just also thank
Please.
Special Agent Cheryl Wiley. She kept the investigation quick and clean and to the point, and we appreciate her time on it.
And point of personal privilege, this was your foray, or a foray, I should say, into the legislative arena. Is that right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm actually, you're actually your counsel. No, this was a this was one of the
you're talking about yes. I'm sorry. You're talking about you are talking to me. I apologize.
Yes.
You're talking about and Jody and I were talking about that earlier. That when Nellis Air Force Base, Creech, when Creech bought out the land under which the original Indian Springs Casino sat, that was a quandary. There was nothing else out there. What were they going to do with that license? And we were able to successfully get an amendment to the statute to allow for a transfer of that license under those very narrow circumstances from one side of the highway over to the other side of the highway, and of course keeping the establishment at the same size, same number of machines, et cetera, just to allow this special circumstances to allow the license to transfer over because of the essentially the taking of the property and the license where it had operated. So you're right. I did. It was my first time speaking before the legislature, and it was a good experience, and we were successful. And now the legacy of that and what Andy built so many years ago, because he and his partner Todd Marshall, they acquired that property. I want to say, Jody, back in 2006.
It's been a while.
Yeah,
yes.
And it just seemed like there was one hurdle after another, and Creech wanting to take that property being one of many. But they bought the property, they opened the casino, we were able to move the license, and now, as you know, Herbst has taken over that casino, and the interest that's held by the Fonfas is a minority interest. but the casino is up and running, and Andy's legacy gets to live on.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Well, thank you for that. With that, I'll take a motion if there's.
Certainly, I'll make a motion, Chair Gibson. I just wanted to mention, Ms. Vermees, you're aware there is a license condition, sorry, a limited license condition that'll be attached here.
That's correct. The estate is in probate, and of course, all of the administrative issues that need to be taken care of with the probate, that takes some time. We expect that it will all be completed within the 2 years, that the interest can properly transfer to Evan Fonfa's trust, but we do need that time. And I understand that that's the limitation, and we're fine with it.
Okay, and I think, just for correction, I think it's a 3-year is what.
Oh, did we change? Well, 3 years is even better.
Well, that's what I
We'll
would
take
assume.
Yeah, that extra cushion. So that's great.
Okay, and I don't have a concern with that either in this instance. So with that, Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Secretary Bell with a limited license to expire at midnight of the January 2024 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you
so much.
Okay, with that, let's go on to non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Gary Allen Deutsch for licensure as a key employee of BetMGM LLC.
Okay. And so we have appearing Mr. Shearer, and I see Mr. Deutsch.
There we go.
Okay.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Johnson, Board Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of BetMGM LLC and the applicant Gary Deutsch. As you can see on your screen, Mr. Deutsch is with us today, and he's applying for licensure as a key executive as the Chief Financial Officer for BetMGM LLC. If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Deutsch and let him introduce himself and tell you a little bit about his background.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Deutsch.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Nice to meet you. So I'm Gary, CFO at BetMGM. It's been an interesting 18 months since I started in this role. I am a Western boy at heart. I grew up in LA till I was 10, then we moved to the greater Denver area. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder. I did my first years of my career there, and then I went to business school at the Wharton School, and I got my MBA there in Philadelphia. From there, I went into a career, which, by the way, I do want to lay the groundwork that I'm a big Broncos fan, and I look forward to when the Broncos can actually play the Raiders with fans next year. I hope to be in the stands for that for sure. And it's exciting because BetMGM is a partnership with the Broncos and MGM is a partnership with the Raiders, so that should be an interesting time. After business school, I ended up doing a couple years in Los Angeles at the Walt Disney Company in corporate finance. And then this was right around the time when the internet boom was happening. And I ended up moving to New York and getting involved with some investors that one of them is named Morton Zuckerman, who's a famous sort of media guy in New York. They were the owners of the New York Daily News, and they had a couple other properties. So I worked with them on some of their deals, and I ended up doing 2 years in the internet boom. I was, one of these 30-year-old guys who got to travel around, being at conferences, talking about all the world-changing things that were going to happen. My thing was mobile applications. I went from high flying to a breed of character from my MBA class who ended up sort of sitting in their underwear for a couple of years afterwards, playing video games and wondering when our careers were going to restart as we went through that sort of 2001 to 2003 period. Luckily that ended. I got back involved in a marketing services company, and that actually led to, I've been now a CFO for about 12, going on 13 years. My first CFO job was in a voice over IP telecom company that did business systems in the cloud for small businesses. A friend of mine from business school was the CEO, and that sort of pulled me into that company where I was a first-time CFO. That's led into me being a growth company, venture-backed, somewhat private equity-backed CFO who, has gone into a few different companies with the goal ultimately of selling them or getting them to an exit. Prior to coming to BetMGM, I had been 5 years at a venture-backed growth company called Live Intent. I was CFO there. That one we had sort of missed our window. It still may sell at some point, but that was when I was approached by the recruiters from BetMGM. I certainly wasn't approached because I was a gaming industry expert. I was approached, I believe, because I was a New York area tech company, growth company CFO who'd been involved with growth-oriented, changing technology companies, built teams. So in that light, is how they recruited me. Of what I would call the founding management team it was called Aurora when I joined. I'm the one, along with the head of HR, who had no gaming industry experience, but we had startup experience. And then, we've obviously brought in the team, some people from GVC, some people from MGM, some general people from the industry. So, the real expertise that I've provided here, as I do learn more and more about the gaming industry for sure, has been in the planning aspects of the business, financial management, modeling, thinking about capital structure, communicating financial performance to the board. I was having a great experience prior to COVID, having spent time meeting really all the senior ranks of GVC, which is now Entain, which is one of our parents, and then with the MGM team, made a number of trips to Vegas. I made the joke that in my window of introduction, I think I met more people in Vegas that hadn't seen each other, even though they were in different offices across town, with me flying in. So COVID has been an interesting personal time for me because I have 2 boys and a wife, and we live on the Upper West Side in Manhattan. I've been living there about 20 years. And then when COVID hit, we literally hightailed it out. We rented a place in Long Island, and I spent 6 months basically through Labor Day, from St. Patty's Day to Labor Day in Long Island, and then we pulled a move to now in Summit, New Jersey. So I thought, my wife worked at ABC News, which is right across the street from where we lived in Manhattan, and we really thought we would never move to the burbs because we'd never wanted to do a double commute. And now I guess you could say one of the benefits of COVID is it's shown the world how remote work can work, even for a TV producer like my wife, who's been able to function with good broadband and a computer just like everybody else. So we made the move. So it's been, I'm actually sitting I'm in the process of designing, I've got the attic is now my own man cave office. It's something I never thought I would do. So it's fun to, have this experience. I find myself walking around picking up sticks that are falling off trees from in the yard. I'm like, it's all new stuff. So it's fun. I'm even getting a little bit handier. But this has been a really interesting period for BetMGM. When we think about it from a budgeting and planning standpoint, we could be in 37 different products and states by the end of this year, and each of them has their own dynamics, their own sort of financial elements. So it's really been a super stimulating process. We're building a team and figuring out how to plan for this and how to be able to project capital needs and sort of the growth of the business, for the parents through this dynamic time. It was a very interesting whiplash from being in sort of March, April and thinking about maximum cash preservation to, being then in May, June to thinking about, wow, we're really sitting on something here that's spectacular with the opportunity, to now being in sort of mass planning for conquering of the world, perspective. So that's sort of the backstory. I mean, I must admit, when I took the job, I didn't have any idea. All right, in particular, my wife didn't have any idea. Well, let me put it this way. This would be an opportune time to, well, I guess it's bad to say, like, my records have never been in better order. I've never had such organization of all of my financial records, my insurance policy, everything. So I guess that's been a collateral benefit to this process, because I really had no understanding coming in of the level of state by state meetings, I would have. Elisa was my agent, and she was wonderful. Enjoyed dealing with her throughout the years. So I do want to thank her for making this process, both easy and stimulating. And it's funny, with each state I engage with, it does trigger new things that I've had to dig up. So my Dropbox file of all my personal records is really complete. So that's me. I've been having a really enjoyable experience thus far.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deutsch. That was helpful, and I appreciate the conservative use of trusses in your house. That's a good use of space. So your designer did a good job. Thank you for that background. So I see we have a record of the various jurisdictions in which you're in the process of being licensed now. And so, as you mentioned, your Dropbox is full and your records are in good order. So you recommend that we start charging an organizational fee then? Is that the bottom line here?
Like become like a probate offering and something with a company that's wills and trusts. You should work with them.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that support. I don't have any well, I guess my one question is how did you find our investigative process and document requirements as compared to other jurisdictions?
It was good. I mean, so I don't want to name names. In some other states, I mean, like I'm not positive exactly what is the right level of depth, because I mean, my first impression is everything seems a little bit too deep. But some get into like they wanted listings of my high school boss, my jobs from high school forward with name of supervisor. I did make requests. I don't think it was for Nevada, for my high school transcripts, which I think had to come up from microfilm in Jefferson County, Colorado. And so, I mean, everything was logical. I think the questions that were asked were the smart questions by looking at tax returns, looking at different, records, and didn't seem like anything was totally superfluous. But, I felt good about Nevada. I don't feel so good about a couple other states, but they all, it turns out with the miracle of the internet, you can surprisingly find a lot of stuff that you didn't. I started like, oh, I'll never find that. I'll never find it. I found most of it. So
good. What is your perspective on sports wagering now that you're in the business?
I think it's surprisingly enjoyable to a bigger market of people than I would have thought when you think about the type of, like when I came into this, I've never been like a sports bettor, I've never been close to it. Certainly I've been to Vegas and you see the sports books. And if you just spend time, decades ago just watching your sports book, it seemed like a very sort of narrow audience of necessarily people that I would want to hang out with. Hanging out in the Imperial Palace in 1995. It was not like a model, who I wanted to socialize with. But what I realized, that the friends, the dad, like I'm a little league dad, right? So like a lot, it is broadly enjoyed. And, and what I'm starting to see is like, I don't bet, I don't, different states I can bet, I suppose. I don't bet just to be sure. But I do feel like I'm betting because I'm just tracking our performance on every Sunday. And it's fun. Like, I like it when we're winning more than we're losing, obviously, but the level of interest and attention that I put on these games, like Vikings, who was the Vikings, I don't know, the games that I wouldn't care about, it makes it interesting. And I do see, and I see the follow through that comes with my friends, I'm getting texts throughout, oh, who's going to win this? So I didn't know how mainstream it would feel, and it feels much more mainstream than I expected. And, for my, look, we invest in both Entain and MGM do a lot in responsible gaming, and like remarkably little unhealthy behavior have I seen. It feels like we're getting, mainstream little league dads and whatever who were just enjoying themselves doing it. And so I feel good about that. And I definitely think, and I'm a big sports fan, I do think this is good for the leagues. I do think it's good for player engagement. Like baseball, I think over time has been waning. I think stuff like this does bring baseball back to the forefront. So it's exciting. Like I'm not curing cancer, but I think, this is good for, American consumers, and we need to be careful, and we're doing a lot to make sure that for those whom it's not good, we're putting protections into place. But yeah, it's been exciting.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Deutsch. Player engagement. Player big deal. And there are studies done that show that. It's orders of magnitude greater for those who do engage in. We'll call it just it's not deep wagering, but it's just, it's almost hobby wagering. So it's an important part of player engagement so it does help the leagues. Absolutely. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Please, Member Johnson. Member Katsaros.
All right, good morning, Mr. George. Thank you for your appearances here today. I just wanted to touch with a couple of brief questions about your position and your areas of responsibility and your priorities with regards to those responsibilities. But starting off with, you've been in this position for about 18 months now, I believe I heard you say?
Correct.
All right, and so generally the transition to this new set of responsibilities, how has that gone? How have you acclimated to these new duties?
I mean, it's been very stimulating in the sense that, I've had to learn how to, one approach I take whenever I get into a new CFO job is I like to build the model myself, the financial model that spits out the whole projections that we have for the coming year and the 5-year plan. So learning that, the aspects of, how sports betting works, how casino gaming works, has been interesting. Building that through, learning that when you set expectations, obviously there's variability that happens in a betting-based business, especially when you're in sports betting, the margin is much more volatile than it is in casino gaming. So working that into sort of how to manage the expectations, building out a team. I mean, one of the things that's happened as we've evolved with BetMGM is when we started out, we were working really in just MGM states. The 3 states that were active when I started were Nevada, Mississippi, and New Jersey. And we were sort of riding off of infrastructure that was already in place from MGM. So when we made the step in February into Indiana and West Virginia, we now had to build out and really replicate our own self-sustaining operation for managing tax filings and compliance. So we have a 24-person compliance department right now that's separate from me. So we've got a chief legal officer that just came in from MGM. We have a compliance expert from the industry who runs compliance, and they're handling, so I haven't become, like obviously I know what's going on in general with big issues, but I haven't been in that part of the compliance part. The part that I touch in regards to the states is getting the tax filings right. So we've been dealing with, once we got into Indiana and West Virginia, and then subsequently Colorado, Pennsylvania, Indiana, which one did I forget? Tennessee. The burden upon my team just to make sure we had a lockdown reporting engine that could do, sometimes it's weekly, sometimes it's monthly reporting, and back to the states has been a big build out of the organization that's required some attention there, and that doesn't have a parallel to other CFO jobs I've done, where we've had that much of a regular day-to-day, week-to-week interaction with a regulator. And oftentimes there's a partner where there's market access deals, like we deal with Boyd in Indiana. So we have to run some parts of our revenue share and our tax filing through them. So that's been, a new part of the business, or a business that I've had to learn. Well, look, once you sort of master the engine by which you forecast, and you're looking at how cash flows through to a balance sheet projection, then it starts to look like, it's CFOing. There's some, the gaming part really sticks to that interaction with the tax filing, but CFOing is CFOing. And, look, that's frankly why I think they sought a CFO versus a gaming industry, a growth company CFO, which needs to deal with how do you change the budget when you went from needing 15 people in a department to suddenly 35 people because we're growing so fast. And that's the type of, flexibility I've had to deal with in these types of companies before. So, like the hard part I'm dealing with right now is just this point I made earlier about 37 different potential states and products. Like we'll consider, like Pennsylvania will have casino, poker, and digital sports. And so Nevada has retail sports, it has digital casino. New Jersey has all of what we consider the big 4. It has digital casino, digital poker, digital sports, and retail sports. So it's just sort of the magnitude of keeping all these things in play. And, where I've had to up my game a little bit, so to say, is this question. So when I was in finance at Disney, Michael Eisner was the CEO, and the thing, everything had to be concisely down to, like one bullet point per subject. What's the key bullet point for theme parks? What's the key bullet point for ESPN? Here, like, it's, oh my God, how do I tell the story of the business when there's 37 different growth businesses that any one board member may be interested in. So the dimensions of the reporting that you need to do gets very significant. So I think if there's the movie River Run Through It, where Tom Skerritt's like coaching his kids to be writers and sending them back like half again, write it again half as long. And that's, the effort here is to figure out how to most concisely tell where we're doing well and where we need to put the most management attention, heat and light, given that there's so many different things that are moving at once.
And in terms of the team that you have in place, how many direct reports are there for you in the capacity as the chief financial officer?
So there's 8 people who report to me, and the team right now are at 24 people, I believe. So I just hired a head of accounting, a VP of accounting that has sort of the branch off of that is like the day-to-day bookkeeping / general ledger. Then there's the tax part. Then there's the casino reporting, which kind of interacts with tax. It's the day-to-day records of reporting. And then there's the finance side where I have like a person who does the revenue forecasting, a person who does the math, thinks about the systems layout. And we get into very complex systems implementation issues we need to do in order to track forecast versus actual for these 37 different.
Touched on compliance a few moments ago, but how is the compliance function administered, and what is your role in ensuring adequate systems of internal controls, ensuring those types of procedures are established and well executed within the organization?
So at the most primal level, what I'm in charge of is making sure that we get the resources needed to fund the team that we need to build out there to make sure that we're covering both the systems and the personnel we need. So we've done a rapid hiring of the compliance team. Now, when it comes to the actual work to oversee the compliance operation, that's in the hands of our expert, Charles LeBoy, and Andrew Hagopian, who's our chief legal officer right now. So where it touches the compliance part related to the interactions with the states, that's my bailiwick, where I'm, in a sense, I'm answering to the needs that are governed by the House rules and the different compliance aspects. Mm-hmm. So from the standpoint of overseeing compliance, I oversee the compliance of the revenue reporting part of it, essentially. But when it comes to the gaming actions and literal how we interact with systems and how we interact in trading, that all falls under the chief legal officer, and who then has the chief compliance officer.
And that chief legal officer function would be more so responsible, from the sounds of things, for policy development, for example, than
Correct.
Your shop, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I mean, hopefully I aspire to have the expertise in the coming years where I'm a valid contributor. But I mean, like our head of compliance, decades in gaming, Andrew Hagopian comes from MGM. He was chief corporate, counsel there. I listen to them when it comes to certain things, operationalizing the compliance part.
All right, very good. All right, thank you for the information. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Member Johnson.
Didn't have any questions, Chair Gibson. Thank you very much for your appearance here today, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Member Katsaros. How do I say Katsaros?
Katsaros.
Katsaros.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Chair Gibson.
That was great. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch.
Take care.
Take care. Okay. With that, let's move on to non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of William Joseph Hornbuckle for licensure as a manager of MGM Grand Hotel LLC and New York Hotel and Casino LLC.
Okay. Looks like we have Mr. McGinnis. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International and Bill Hornbuckle. I did want to thank you for the waiver of Mr. Hornbuckle's appearance. As a matter of background, this is a cleanup item, and Mr. Hornbuckle has been licensed, found suitable on many previous occasions by the Commission, and this was a cleanup item that got identified in regards to the positions that he holds with the entities that operate MGM Grand and New York, New York. Would like to thank Brad Barnard and Supervisor Chris Moyle. As I understand it, no areas of concern or any issues were raised, so would request an approval.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. And for the record, Mr. Hornbeck was found suitable by the commission on January 23rd, 2020, in association with MGM Sports and Interactive Gaming for the same kind of licensing. So with that, I don't have any personal questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I don't have any questions or any need to deliberate anything on this either.
Okay. Member Johnson.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, a motion, if
Chair.
someone will make it.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay. Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. McGinnis.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Take care.
You too.
Okay. That was an easy one. And our final non-restricted item is I'd ask Madam Secretary to please go ahead and read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of T. Rowe Price Associates, Inc. for the waivers as noted on the agenda.
Okay. I'll open this up to discussion. There are no appearances that were required on this item.
Oh, thank you. I thought somebody might be appearing on this just to give us an overview. The materials for me were very clear. This seems to be their 6th time requesting a similar waiver. I have no issues or concerns with this application. I'm happy to support it.
Member Johnson, do you have anything, sir?
Thank you. I think the chief assurance and representation that is necessary has been made, and that is that this approval is not for the purpose of exercising the operations or influencing management of any particular entity, but solely for investment purposes only. So I did not have any other questions or information needs related to this item, and would be prepared to support it when a motion is made. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, with that, I ask for a motion, please.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, and that would be pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's order dated December 8th, 2020.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, I just want to check with our court reporter and make sure she's got some additional, her fingers are not overly tired.
Yes, at some point I'd like to take a quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
When you're ready, when we transition into a good spot.
Let's see here. So it's all right. It's 11:23. Can we start with just let's start, Madam Secretary, with proceeding on our restricted consent agenda, and then we'll stop after we at least raise or you read into the record the items that are going to be consented. Right.
Restricted consent agenda. The items on restricted consent this morning are restricted number 6, which is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Red Dragon Sports Bar number 207 for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 are the applications of Cooper, Inc., Amon Sharman, and Vichy Sharman to receive a percentage of revenue and licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. Restricted 10 are the applications of Caritas Ventures 4, LLC, doing business as Lucky's Lounge 4 and Daniel Caritas for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 11 is the application of Century Gaming Technologies doing business at Carlin C Store for restricted gaming license. Restricted 12 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Napa Sonoma Grocery Company for restricted gaming license. Restricted 13 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 5 for restricted gaming license. And restricted number 14 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business at Terrible's number 395 for restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. And these were items, just for the record, that during RUMP, there were no issues with these items and no appearances were required. Do any of these items, would you like to discuss, colleagues, any of these items? Okay.
Nope.
Would either of you be willing to make a motion?
Certainly, I will move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items numbers 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, with the following conditions to apply as follows. For items numbers 6, 11, and 14, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of the issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And for item 10, the waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 4.080 in connection with the approval granted in May 2018 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in November of 2020.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Actually, Member Katsaros?
You know what?
Firm those dates for me.
Yeah, for number 10, sorry, it was, I'll correct that. The date shall not be November 2021. It is July of 2021.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
Member
right.
Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. And with that, let's take a 5-minute break if we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
One.
Okay, welcome back. Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted items that were held out for discussion. Would you please read into the record restricted item number 1?
Restricted number 1 is the application of Suleiman Brothers LLC doing business as Win Liquor for restricted gaming license, and the application of Wathiq Suleiman for licensure as sole member and manager. You also have the request to withdraw the applications of Suleiman Brothers LLC doing business as La Palma Market and Wathiq Suleiman as noted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Please state your names for the record. We'll let you queue in first. I think we're waiting for.
Sure.
I see Mr. Brown.
David Brown, and with me is Mr. Suleiman today. First, I'm going to let you know Mr. Suleiman is not at his best today. Unfortunately, last night, his father-in-law succumbed to the COVID-19 virus and passed away. But he's here today, and we're here to answer the questions. I'd like to make a quick presentation, if I could, though, to start.
Would you turn your video on, please, David? Mr. Brown.
Sure. Bear with me. Start my video. There we go. So with me to my right is Mr. Suleiman, and Win Liquor has been in business for approximately 6 years. Mr. Suleiman has had a privilege license in Clark County during that time, and he's never had any problems with Clark County business licensing. He's requesting the ability to have a gaming license so that his business can continue to grow. Mr. Suleiman would like to apologize for his failure to disclose items on his application, specifically his failure to disclose his 2010 citation for selling alcohol to a minor, and his failure to mention one civil lawsuit that he had with Outlaw Laboratory. While he understands that there is no excuse for his failure to disclose these items, he would like to provide a little bit of context. First, our law firm did not assist Mr. Suleiman in his application submittal. Mr. Suleiman hired a non-lawyer third party with gaming application experience and did take the application seriously. They were simply errors. His failure to disclose the citation was not intentional, and it is my understanding that the citation was actually disclosed in a previous application filed by Mr. Suleiman. In regards to the civil lawsuit, Mr. Suleiman did not fully understand that it was a lawsuit and needed to be included. Mr. Suleiman was able to reach a settlement with the adverse party for approximately $3,000. Mr. Suleiman never filed a pleading or had an attorney appear on the case. They reached an out-of-court settlement, and the adverse party moved to have that case dismissed. Mr. Suleiman speaks 4 languages, but has no formal education in English. He taught himself both English and Spanish by being in this country and immersing himself in work and with talking to people. Mr. Suleiman understands that this error of failing to disclose appears worse combined with his previous failures to disclose. He apologizes for his actions and would like this board to know that his failures to disclose were never intended to hide information or deceive anybody. Mr. Suleiman now has a binder with all of his papers and his information, and if called upon to do an application again in the future, will not commit the same error. This application was submitted over 1.5 years ago. Mr. Suleiman had this application on hold for several months. He was going to try to have a financial audit done to help the application. The reason this was not done was the expense was simply too great to do a thorough audit. He had hoped that by putting everything on hold as well and showing a longer period of time that he would have no issues, no problems, that it would reflect positively on his efforts to move forward from his mistakes on the application itself. Mr. Suleiman has learned from his mistakes. In regards to the citation from 2010, Mr. Suleiman has never received a similar citation. He recognized that if he could make a mistake, so could his staff. So he changed the way they are trained and explains the importance for carding everybody. Mr. Suleiman even paid to have the POS system changed. So anytime alcohol is being sold, a pop-up comes up on the screen to remind them to card the customer. Over the last 10 years, there have been several times where Mr. Suleiman and his staff have been tested by Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department on this issue, and they have passed every single time. Not one employee, nor has Mr. Suleiman ever received another citation for that. Mr. Suleiman also wants this board to know that he has sold his other business so he can focus his time and attention to this business and this business alone. He personally works at this location over 40 hours a week. He will be an active owner and heavily involved in every decision. Mr. Suleiman has signed an agreement with Golden Gaming, a slot route operator, so they can have an experienced partner in the gaming side of the business. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that any of you have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate that affirmative representation or presentation. It's going to be important, Mr. Brown, just for the record, that as my colleagues ask questions and as we ask questions, that Mr. Suleiman respond. And so you're a talented lawyer. We respect your presentation ability and your writing. Some of the sort of post hoc explanations of these omissions that were eloquently put. But please allow us to interact with Mr. Suleiman going forward if we can.
Of course.
Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues to start the questioning if they would.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Suleiman, Mr. Brown. Thank you for appearing this morning. Mr. Suleiman, I can't recall if your counsel had you do so or not. Did you state your name for the record?
My name is Wasif Suleiman.
All right. And make sure that we can hear you loudly and clearly as well. All right, Mr. Suleiman, what I would like to do to start things off for my benefit anyway is to just learn a little bit more about you and what it is you're looking to do here. And I want to talk about why it is you think you deserve the a favorable recommendation from the Gaming Control Board for a gaming license. So can you just start off with talking about the business that you are operating and the nature of the business and what you're looking to do with regards to gaming and why?
First, thank you for those questions. I have liquor store. I operate the, I manage the employees and the POS and reports. Why I deserve it, that I need to get more work for me and for my family. And since my kids are growing a little bit, so they need more, I guess, help with the stuff. And I would like to prove them myself that what I'm doing, so they can be the same way.
All right. And so how long have you had this liquor store?
6 years ago.
6 years. And you are looking to add 4 slot machines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've already reached out to Golden Gaming to enter into an agreement with them to operate those 4 slot machines on your premises. So with regards to the gaming license or the approval for gaming on the location's premises, what is it that you know and understand to be a requirement to have gaming at your location?
Make sure the whoever's playing on the machines, they 21 over, and not. I mean, to make sure what they doing is right and they following the policies we're gonna have and the Golden Gamings they have.
All right, and so let's back up a step. For persons like yourself that are involved with a business where you want gaming to be conducted, what do you understand to be the requirements for a person like yourself to receive approval to have gaming conducted at your business?
I couldn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you own a package store.
Yes.
You want to add slot machines to your package store's location.
Yes.
To do that, you need to have the approval of the Gaming Commission.
Yes.
What is required of an individual like yourself who operates a business and where you want to add gaming to that business? What is required of the person such as yourself seeking that approval?
To make sure that I operate it right and I do everything to make sure 100% no problems, no mistakes, and do what the rules are and follow all the rules and trying to get. Yes.
And what about your qualifications, your experience? What about you is it that is important to consider for receiving approval for gaming?
I'm not sure how can I answer this.
Okay. So again, you want to have gaming at your location?
Correct.
How are you qualified to have gaming at your location?
It's about the experience that I have on the store, the liquor, being on the business a long time. So the gaming is first time for me, the gaming, but as far as my experience on liquor and convenience stores, I had no problems or anything with that.
All right. Well, with regards to whether you had any problems, your attorney talked about a couple of problems that you did have, from selling alcohol to minors to not including everything on your applications, to some litigation court cases that you were involved in. Those were problems that you had, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to the items that your attorney talked about, there were some other items that had been discussed with you about your prior applications. Do you recall submitting applications to the Gaming Control Board before you submitted this application?
Yes.
And when were those applications submitted previously?
I'll say 3 years ago, two years ago.
And how many previous applications were there?
Is this for this application or the ones are withdrawn before? Or
including the ones that were withdrawn before.
Okay. I would say 4 or 5.
All right. So out of 4 or 5 applications that you've previously submitted, why were they withdrawn, and why don't you have a gaming license as a result of those previous applications?
I wasn't ready on the withdrawal on the application. This application that we have is the person who did my application. It was a little bit of short of things in there, so that's why I had to correct it with Mr. Brown.
And if I could add on at least one of the previous applications, I think like from 2006, it was a financial issue with the investigation fees. It was withdrawn. And I think one of them was he was going to be, I don't know the correct terminology, but almost like the landlord for a space lease. It wasn't his and the other person did. But he would recognize that, you know, he wasn't ready at that time to run the business. He had 2 other businesses. At this point in time, he's ready to devote his full time to this one business. He intends to work there over 40 hours a week, to be the one accountable, and to personally run the business. And he knows he has, you know, a lack of that experience, and that's why he wanted to partner up with someone who does have the experience in Golden Gaming to help him make that transition.
Yeah, I understand, and I appreciate that, Mr. Brown. I think it's good that to aid consideration of his application, he sought out an entity like Golden Gaming. But what I'm trying to get to is whether he himself can satisfy what showing needs to be made that he is suitable to receive the privilege of operating in the gaming business. And so when I talk about these prior applications and issues related to the prior applications, it seems like a pattern of withholding information, not disclosing information, not being timely with information. But there were also some issues with previous applications, some questions that were asked about mortgage applications and whether the information was accurate in the mortgage applications. Do you remember that, Mr. Suleiman?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember there being previous questions about whether your federal income tax information was accurate?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember there being questions about whether you were legally authorized to work in the United States at times when you had worked in the United States?
Legally?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember there being previous questions about you selling unlicensed or counterfeit sports merchandise?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember there being previous questions about businesses that you had some perhaps involvement with that had not been listed, such as Watik LLC, DBA, Pecos Mobile, Dorate Solomon and Watik Solomon LP, Wireless LV LLC, doing business as Wireless LV. Do you remember there being questions and issues about why that information was not included in your application?
Yes, sir.
All right, so my area of interest here, Mr. Suleiman, is if you can't do the basic things like fill out applications properly and submit information accurately to gaming control board investigators and agents, if you can't handle those things, how can you handle the privilege of receiving a gaming approval? And if there were questions about your level of responsibility with possibly false mortgage applications and possibly inaccurate federal income tax information, how can we trust that you would deal honestly, uprightly, truthfully with us if you can't deal with mortgage companies, the IRS, immigration and naturalization regarding your employment eligibility? Why should we approve this application in light of that history of problems between you and the Gaming Control Board and getting full, accurate information.
I apologize for that, and I wasn't trying to hide anything. And it's just the language is a tough little bit. It's not excuse, but the people that I hired, again, it's not excuse. I am learning, and I'm willing to fix any issues. And Mr. David Brown, he will help me out with anything, any issues, and I'm not going forward any application without him.
And I apologize if I could.
Hang on, Mr. Brown, hang on. I just want to finish up a line of comment there. Mr. Suleiman, you were talking about persons that had previously filled out applications and previously assisted you. You do understand that it is your responsibility to ensure that the information you submit is accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
You cannot hand that information or that responsibility off to a consultant or an accountant or an attorney or anyone else. At the end of the day, you and you alone are asking for an approval, so you and you alone are responsible for the information that's submitted. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And so you stated in some of your communications to the Gaming Control Board back on December 11th, 2018, you sent a memorandum, and one of the items you mentioned when they were asking you about some of the inconsistent information, I thought it was important to note, you said, I also did not review the application properly before it was submitted. Do you recall that, where staff of the Gaming Control Board was asking you why there was different answers to the same question over different occasions?
Yes.
All right, so you are the one asking for the approval. You are the one asking for the application. You are the one that's responsible for the accuracy of this information and the interactions between you and the Gaming Control Board. Nobody else, not Golden Gaming, not David Brown, not any consultant or anybody else is as responsible as you are.
That's correct.
All right, I will withhold any further questions at this time. I look forward to hearing the balance of the exchange that you might have with my colleagues. Mr. Brown, I apologize for interrupting you, but I wanted to finish that line of thought that I had. Was there something pertinent to the questions that I asked that you wanted to comment on?
I would, please. Thank you. And Board Member Johnson, of course, you are correct, and he does understand it. And it is not an excuse that he had assistance and that it didn't work properly. Ultimately, he understands that the responsibility rests with him. As you could tell from talking to Mr. Suleiman, he's a very bright man, but as I commented before, he has no formal education in the United States. He hired who he believed were reputable people. They helped him fill out the application while he was working at his store during working hours. He as well did not spend the appropriate time making sure everything was perfect. I think if you spoke to Agent Bradford, he would tell you that Mr. Suleiman was always responsive. He never tried to hide anything intentionally. If there was an issue, as you pointed out, and he learned something was wrong, he learned from that mistake. When Mr. Bradford pointed out that there were some items that might be counterfeit, every item was removed immediately. He changed the systems that the store had in place. Now, no product, at that kind of store, there's 1,000 different products. And anyone that comes in to sell anything has to have their business license checked. He personally checks the business licenses. He'll reference it with the city of Las Vegas, Clark County. He'll make sure everything's proper. And if he can't do it on his own, he will not carry a product, and he hasn't had a problem with the product before. I believe from speaking to Mr. Bradford, he's been in multiple times to double check the store to make sure he had in fact learned from that, and he has learned from that. He recognizes he hasn't done everything perfect before, but he will do everything right. He will rely on the partner just like he's relied on me from going forward. Anything that's been asked of him, we've delivered immediately. He's incredibly responsive. He does take this very, very seriously.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Suleiman. I don't have any questions further at this time. I may have some later. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown, Mr. Solomon. Mr. Solomon, could you what businesses do you have right now? So you have the liquor store.
Correct.
You also have, go ahead.
Yes, that's liquor store right now only.
I thought there was a mention of a cell phone store as well, or the wireless store, or is that no longer?
No longer. I just recently sold it.
Okay. And how long have you had the liquor store then?
Liquor store 6 years ago.
And have you grown the business?
Yes.
And how's business been going for you?
Very good right now.
How did you get into the business?
Well, my family, my brothers, they were here with the convenience store, and I started working with them, and I looked at it as a good way to start with own business, and that's how I started. 2000.
Okay.
Yes.
And your other businesses as well. Did you have some support then from your family in order to guide you a bit in order to start those?
A little bit, yes.
Did you start those other businesses yourself?
I start some of them, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I wanted to understand that because I'll start out with the good and then we'll get to the bad. You're commended to, come over to the United States, start up a business. It's your baby now, probably nothing more fulfilling than, raising your children or, than a business, or perhaps getting married as well, in case my wife's watching her. But that's one part of it. A liquor store, you've got your business license, you've gone through that process. This is completely different. This is your fourth attempt at trying to obtain an approval from this board and the Nevada Gaming Commission. And I appreciate the comments that your attorney, Mr. Brown, made at the onset, where he highlighted a few of the shortcomings that we've had, but those were primarily with just this application. If we go back to 2010, which is the sort of first iteration of your application, or at least at the point when we were dealing with it. I break it down 2010, 2014, 2016, and then your current one. All along the way, there's never been a clean application before this board. And I understand you're growing and understanding the process and getting to understand the process more. At one point, one of the responses, though, was that you were still understanding the culture here, and it suggested that you didn't realize you needed to be honest. That's the way I read it. But if we go back to your 2010, your initial application, Member Johnson already mentioned, we had some shortcomings on some mortgage applications, some issues with taxes. Your employment history did not match up with what you were supplying to the IRS necessarily. There was question whether or not you even could work legally at that time. Then as we carry forward to the 2014, very similar. We had several omissions, including the citation that was mentioned, breach of contract, the arrest for trespassing, the felony of a relative that wasn't mentioned either. 2016, again, failed to provide some information, some of the similar items, another contract dispute, it would seem. And then also moving forward to now, we had the other items that Mr. Brown had mentioned at the onset of this. Given all of that, we don't know you, haven't met you before, but one of the things that we need to do is to understand and judge your character. Do you feel that you have good character, honesty, and integrity?
Yes,
you do.
Okay. Yes.
And that's step one, having it. The second step is convincing us that you have it, because for us to give you a positive sort of result from this type of hearing, we need to be convinced that you have that. And all we have to go on right now is this record that we've just outlined here, which frankly does not bode well for you. I don't necessarily, in my mind, I wish we were doing this face-to-face in person as opposed to face-to-face via Zoom, but to understand and know you better, I don't necessarily, I'm not rendering judgment as to whether or not you have good character, honesty, and or integrity, but I certainly am convinced that you haven't convinced me that you have any one of those three attributes. I just fail to see how you would feel we could be convinced based upon this entire history and record that we have here, and the biggest of which is the failure to disclose. Knowing to be honest with not just us, just in your everyday life is probably something that's important and key. And so I didn't really have any other questions on this application at this time. If there's anything else you wish to share, however, in case I mentioned anything inaccurate in the last few minutes here, I'm all ears.
For honestly, that I love to show it day after day, but on the papers, it's my mistakes that I don't follow the papers. But on the field, on my business, what I do, it's from A to Z. I like to do it all much as I can, as powers that I have. I've never done anything wrong. I mean, it's just the applications that are disclosed. I'm very sorry to do this, and I wanted to fix it, and that's why this is fourth time for me. I understand. That's why I don't want to give up, and I wanted to be proven to everybody, even my family, that I am doing something right.
But I want to step back. You just suggested you've never done anything wrong. The things that were requiring you to disclose were things that you did wrong, and that's why they were required to be disclosed. So with anything that you sort of, any infraction that you had along the way over the last 10 years that you did, A, that was the first infraction. B, you then didn't disclose it to us either. So there's two issues right there with each one of those.
I was saying about not having any problems, meaning on the store, with the customers, with the license, with the minors. I did 10 years ago, so I'm trying to fix my issues a little by little. But
no, and I can appreciate that. You're a business owner. I want to see you succeed. I do. I love seeing people start their own businesses from the ground up, succeeding and growing their business. But what you're asking for us now is a privileged license to have slot machines within your operation. And as part of that, you need to convince us that you should have that privilege. And I got to say, I'm not seeing it. So I'll hold comment. I don't have anything further at this point, Chair Gibson.
If Mr. Suleiman, if I can step in. So I'll read a few different sections to you based on what you've heard so far. So I want you to listen carefully to these sections. So this is in the primary, one of the primary chapter of the Gaming Control Act, 463. Qualifications for license: an applicant to receive a license or be found suitable must not be granted unless the commission is satisfied the applicant is a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. That is, we're satisfied that we can't make the positive recommendation unless we're satisfied that you're a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. It is grounds, this is Reg 4.040. It is grounds for denial of an application or disciplinary action for any person to make any untrue statement of material fact in any application, notice, statement, etc., or willfully omit to state such things. There are other regulations that talk about the disqualification for applicants who associate with people who have criminal records and fail to disclose the information. I don't want to embarrass your family or go any further with this. If this were a perfect application, candidly, this is the fourth time, I would maybe consider, this is me personally, I'm not speaking for my colleagues, I might be willing to consider a limited, but it's not even close to perfect, and the omissions are too serious. And so a denial is something that would haunt you for the rest of your days, and it would make it very difficult for you to interact with almost any business in Southern Nevada. I don't want to go that far personally, but I cannot support an application. I cannot support a positive recommendation. So the question becomes, what are the alternatives for it? Let me back up and ask my colleagues. I mean, what is the sense of the board?
Chair Gibson, I completely concur with what you just stated there. I don't see a denial here either. In a perfect world, I would hope that Mr. Suleiman could come back here years down the road and try again. But I can't support this application. I have a suggestion if you want to hear it, but
please,
Member Johnson wants to weigh in first.
Please, Member Johnson.
Sure. So I think the applicant is possibly on the road to rehabilitation. Possibly, he's procured able and competent counsel, which is a good start. On that road, though, I think there needs to be a little bit more time, a little bit more of an opportunity for some issues to subside further in the rearview mirror on that road to rehabilitation. I think what I would like to see is that we have an application process that from start to finish is without any material shortcomings. The standard isn't perfection. There are going to be things that are going to happen and glitches in the process and what have you. But in this application and the ones that preceded it, I think the shortfalls have been too significant to overcome at this time. And so the ideal scenario is that we have an application, unlike the 4 or so previous applications. The ideal scenario would be that we have an application that from start to finish is timely, is complete, and well constructed, and there are no issues in the investigative report that are of a material nature. That's what I would like to see, a clean application process, a reasonably well-constructed, well-run application process. And this isn't it. And so if this item could perhaps be referred back to staff to allow for some additional opportunities for the applicant to work with his counsel, to work with staff on the types of things that would be reasonable to undertake, I think it's conceivable that he could come back at a future time, but you can't keep coming back to the same point with issues in the application process. It just doesn't work. And so I understand you're telling us that you're a person of suitable character and upstanding, what have you, and I'm not here to besmirch your reputation in any way, shape, or form. All I have is the information that's in front of me. That's all I have to go on. And as my colleague indicated, that information is just not positive enough to move forward. And I would join in the remarks that have been made. So I guess from my standpoint, a referral back to staff might be the appropriate disposition at this time.
Okay. So, Mr. Brown, and again, I want to make clear that this doesn't reflect on you. You've provided able counsel. It was at the 11th hour, and it's a challenge to get something like this over the finish line. It wasn't possible, candidly, based on what was already provided. You've done a good job.
Can I ask, would you entertain doing a limited for?
No.
Okay.
I won't. I mean, my colleagues might be willing to, but I can't, just based on what's in this document. And I would also say that as you, Mr. Brown, as you interact with the agents, there have to have been there had to have been signals that suggested something different than what you've suggested here today, because we're hearing something entirely different on our end. So with that, referral back, I think is reasonable. And I would say to you, Mr. Sullivan, that referral back, what Member Johnson said is that you don't come immediately back. I mean, ideally, you come back after you've had some time pass and shown probity and integrity and character. And so there's a record that you can put forward. You engage someone like Mr. Brown, who's talented and honest, to represent you from the very beginning. And when you present, I mean, first of all, your application needs to be absolutely just pristine and disclose everything, because we have all these issues here. It's in front of us. It's just in various areas, and it's been dug up. Then, as you present, you don't say "I'm sorry" and then defer to and then sort of shift blame to the people that prepared your application. There can't be this sort of duplicity here. That's my problem here. That's one of the many problems. So referral back and time. And with that, let me ask, please, Member
Yeah, Chair Gibson, there are two separate sort of requests here. One for the Win Liquor, which is the current business that he has. The other business is La Palma. And Mr. Silliman, that's the one I believe you had sold already?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so for that one, they've requested a withdrawal on that item. For house cleaning purposes, and perhaps Chief Labadie could weigh in, it might be best if we sort of dispose of that one at this time, since that one's not under consideration now, nor will it be in the future.
Yeah, that's correct. And one thing to think about as well, we can certainly refer it back, but if it gets referred back, the same application will come before you again. There won't be any, I'll have to update it a little bit, but
the withdrawal.
One of the problems was filling out an accurate and complete application. And so if it's just referred back, the same application will stand.
And so Chief Labadie, take us through the requirements for withdrawal, with and without prejudice, a writing. And so a trailing then would be required for us. Is that accurate?
Yes, if the board was inclined to entertain a withdrawal, we need to get that in writing.
Okay.
We could do, I mean, if we were going to do a withdrawal without prejudice, we could handle that administratively, though.
That's correct. Yeah, we can do an administrative withdrawal without prejudice. Mr. Brown would just have to send in a note to withdraw it, and we could do it administratively. If there's a thought to do it with prejudice, that needs to go before the board again.
And in regards to the La Palma one, I do believe I did send in a written withdrawal.
Correct. Right. You're correct. We're talking about the application at hand.
Okay, let's deal with the La Palma application first then.
Okay, so for the La Palma, let's see where we at, number 1. I move to approve the withdrawal request of restricted item number 1 as it concerns the La Palma market, as read into the record by Secretary Bell, and that this withdrawal be without prejudice.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Johnson.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, and as to the other item, do we need to, for a withdrawal, do we need a vote then, Chief Labadie?
Pardon me, I didn't hear that.
Do we need a vote for withdrawal for a withdrawal that occurs administratively? Do we need to? What is the process for that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, an administrative withdrawal. We would submit the letter to each of the board members, and then they have an option of either going with the withdrawal without prejudice, and then we can do it administratively. If any board member wants it to be back on an agenda again, then they would have to come back on the agenda.
Okay.
And so, but for that to happen, Chair Gibson has to refer it back first, correct?
Correct. Yeah, because we don't. If you want to entertain a withdrawal, we don't have anything in writing right now, so you'd have to refer it back, and then we can process it.
Mr. Brown, would you like to confer with your client, or are you willing to allow us to refer it back?
For the time being, I would like the opportunity to talk to my client and let him know his options. If we need to let you know right now, we'll defer to you. I mean, obviously, you guys have been candid. I know how the vote's going to go, but I don't know if he wants to go forward in front of the commission, or if he wants to withdraw the application. And especially because, as I told you at the beginning, with what happened last night with his father, I don't want to put him on the spot to make such a big decision in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's with a referral back and then an administrative withdrawal is as good as it's going to get. So I would say that will give him an opportunity to get his house in order. Is that something that's something we can do? I can just do that. Is that correct, Chief Labadie?
Yes, the chair can refer it back.
All right, so I will refer this back. And with that, we will let's move on to. Thank you very much for your appearance. I'm sorry for your loss, and I wish you all the best. Thank you for coming before us. And thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you.
All right, let's go on to restricted number 2, please.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Joe's Place 1 LLC doing business as Joe's Place for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Joseph Slyman Sr. and Marcia Slyman for licensure as member and manager.
Okay. let's see, welcome, and please state your names for the record, if you would. Mr. Slyman, I see you're there. Would you?
Okay. Yeah,
There you are.
My name is Joseph Slyman, and what else did you want me to say beside my name?
We didn't hear the question.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Slyman. And is this Marcia Slyman with you?
Yes,
Slyman?
I'm Marcia Slyman.
Welcome. Thank you for appearing before us today. So tell us what you're asking us to do here. This is an interesting construct that you put before us.
I didn't think it was anything unusual. I'm building a tavern. It's been a 4-year project. We're very close to finishing it, and I'm coming forward for licensing. And my wife is a 50% owner, and really is not involved in the operation.
Okay.
But I believe she needed to come forward for the licensing. So is that what you're saying is unusual?
Actually, I was referring to something else, but it's something I think we'll see on a future agenda. Okay, I'll open this up to questions from my colleagues.
Good afternoon, Mr. Slyman, Mrs. Slyman.
Good afternoon.
So yeah, tell us a little bit about what you're doing then with the business. You just mentioned you've been undertaking this for a number of years now, where you're at, how things have been going, and what your plans are.
Well, we're building from the ground up. I bought a parcel of land and got a SBA loan, construction loan, and we've been under construction for 11 months. We're about ready to complete it. It's a tavern with a dining room, patio with eating space, and also a small banquet room. And it's in Henderson. I think it's a great location. We're across from the auto mall, and we're excited about getting it open and operating.
So it's going to be a heavily locals type of presence there.
That's it. Yes. You know, we want to, cater to the dealerships across the street. There's like 24 dealerships across the street. And next to us, there's, maybe 1,000 apartments, and behind us, houses. And, I think it's a great location, and, we're definitely for the local people.
I'm vaguely familiar with the area there. The banquet area you mentioned, is that for weddings, et cetera?
We could seat like 120 people in there. I think that would be the capacity. So I'm hoping to have, little parties, breakfast meetings for the dealerships, small Christmas parties, or whatever. Once we get through this COVID.
It was noted in our materials that you were previously involved with a Italian restaurant as well.
Correct.
So is this going to be Italian?
We're the chef I hired is an Italian cook, and so we'll have all the standard bar all the standard bar foods, and then the dining room will have some Italian dishes on it, and I hope to really have some good food.
So you've got some history in Nevada, though. So you came out here from Ohio. I'm hearing it a bit in my ear right now. I'm kind of from that neck of the woods as well. And you were with the Royal Casino, was it?
1977. Yes, I was licensed. I was the owner operator of the Royal Casino.
Okay.
1977.
Okay, and then that was primarily where you were at up until your departure from the industry, and then your re-entrance to the industry in 2013.
Correct.
Were you hands-on with the Giuseppe's as well?
I wasn't supposed to be, but they had a death in my partner's family, and I thought I needed to step up, so I got involved more than I initially intended to.
Well, based upon the materials I have in front of us, I would say you're a persistent person for sure. and a risk taker as well.
Yeah, all my life.
I don't know if that's a fair assessment, but that's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
So this one, you're gonna have 15 slots. When are you looking to open?
Well, the only headache we're having right now is our connection with Nevada Power. I guess they're behind with everybody. So it's really dependent on Nevada Power, but the construction and everything should be done by the end of this month.
Is that being completed on pace that you originally estimated?
Well, we slowed down a little bit because of the virus, and I could have pushed a little harder, but I slacked off a little bit because, I'm worried about opening and, with just what kind of business I could have.
Mm-hmm. And you've got all your financing in order, it seems.
Yes, I do. I think we're well financed with this SBA loan, and with the rates now, it's going to be hopefully a lot easier than I thought it was. Rates are crazy.
Yeah, that's I guess the one upshot right now, right? Rates are quite beneficial for business operators like yourself.
Yeah, really.
Anything else you wish to share before I turn it over to my colleagues?
No, just appreciate David Bradford. He did a very nice man to work with, and just happy to be here in front of you guys.
Okay, and I will note for the record, you were last licensed, as I mentioned, in 2013, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay, so this is somewhat of an update since that time. And
That's correct.
I actually, you know what, Ms. Slyman, I'll ask you just a couple of questions. You're in real estate as well?
Yes.
You're currently licensed. Are you active?
Yes. Yes and no.
Okay.
Sort of
Well, I
takes
guess-
it easy.
Okay, but you're still licensed, and so you can decide your own work schedule, I imagine.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and what will your involvement be with the well, what's the name of it? Sorry, Joseph. Yeah.
Truthfully, not much. Really.
Okay.
Probably, hang out. that might be it.
Okay, so it's primarily going to be led by you, Mr. Slyman?
Correct. Yes, sir.
If I'm needed, I will definitely do whatever, but
Okay.
it's
Well,
not-
if I had a crystal ball, I'll bet you'll be working there a bit. But
Oh.
all right, well, I didn't have any further questions for you at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Johnson.
Mr. Slyman, was there anything at this location prior to your proposed business venture?
No, it was an empty lot, 2.41 acres. I actually divided it into two parcels. And so hopefully on the other parcel in time, we hope to build a gas station and convenience store.
Okay.
But it was a vacant lot, sir.
That's something you're looking to undertake, that gas station and convenience store?
I would look to build to suit and not operate, just be the landlord.
And so with regards to the, 15 machines you're looking to have there?
Yes.
Yeah. So how did you arrive at the projected gaming revenue as a percentage of the total revenue for that location?
My experience in my last venture here, and that basically that's that 3 years there and seeing the slot revenues every day, and I'm pretty much numbers guy.
Yeah. How are things going at that Giuseppe's location? I recall when that first came through a few years ago.
I've been gone since January 1st, 2017. So I've been gone
3 years.
4 years.
All right, so you haven't had much interaction with him since. Okay, those are the only questions I had for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no additional questions. Happy to entertain a motion.
Well, before we get to the motion, I wanted to mention that there is a condition that was being entertained And I wanted to make sure Mr. Slyman's familiar with what that condition is and if you had anything to add on to what we might propose here.
Thank you, Mr. Katoris. I would like to ask you guys to lift the condition. It's my daughter. I'm going to try and train her to get into management. Definitely in the beginning, she's just going to be in there learning in the mornings to receive the food, to getting into inventory, to ordering the food, entering the stuff into the computer, expediting for the restaurant, hosting with the customers. But definitely, we weren't planning on her coming forward as a key employee. It was recommended by a friend of mine, and we just did it because of our ages and for for planning for our future. So
what's wrong with your age?
We have two sons also, but they have their own careers, and our daughter was really the logical person to kind of come in and help out. She really doesn't know anything about gaming and probably wouldn't be involved at all with that, with the slots or with the bar.
Well, I will note the report indicates that you're going to have a slot route operator in there, Jet Gaming, correct? 15 slots.
That's correct.
But she has filed now as a key employee.
Yes,
already.
she did, and I believe she's going to be on the March agenda. I just really need her in there to help me to learn, and in the beginning we're going to try and go shorthanded as best as we can, and people that we don't have to pay, until we can get this thing up and going.
No, and that's perfectly understandable and a perfectly reasonable request. Maybe you were listening to the first item, but as a key employee, before she is able to be licensed as a key employee, she's going to have to prove that she has good integrity, honesty, and good character. She has filed. We did not require that file to be made, or that filing to be made with us. You did that on your own. I can understand that you want her to work and learn the business, but at this time, I'm supportive of a condition that would be placed on the license, but tweaking it, because the original one I think that you probably caught wind of was that she would not be able to work there at all. I would be amenable to tweaking that condition such that she has nothing to do with the gaming aspect of the operation. And I'd craft a condition along those lines. So nothing to do with the slot machines, no payouts, nothing whatsoever.
I would be very appreciative of that.
And Chair Gibson, Member Johnson,
support
that's just where I was at. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think it's necessary for a comprehensive prohibition with her involvement. This is a family business, and there's going to be an opportunity to take a look at some other issues as necessary. So if there is a condition at all, it would be more preferable to have a scale down condition such as what you've alluded to, Member Katsaros.
Okay. Was there anything else, Mr. and Mrs. Slyman?
Yeah, just absolutely happy that you'll consider this condition.
Okay.
And we surely can live with it,
Okay.
and we'll be grateful.
But just to clarify, Mr. and Mrs. Slyman, the condition is that she can work there. I mean, we're not precluding that, but there's no involvement in gaming. So the training in gaming is something at this time that would be prohibited.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, absolutely.
We understand.
Okay. I'm prepared for a motion. Okay, if you're ready. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, conditioned that Christina Marie Covarrubias shall not be involved with gaming in any capacity at Joe's Place until she is found suitable by the Nevada Gaming Commission.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Slyman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys.
Stay safe.
Okay. We can now move on to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 are the applications of Bogies East LLC doing business as Bogies East and Bogies LLC doing business as Bogies West for transfers of interest, and the applications of John Vesey for licensure as a member and key employee.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record. Mr. Rubenstein. Are you, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Mark Rubenstein of the law firm of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing today on behalf of the applicants. With me, I believe I can see.
He's there. Right? We just need him to turn on his.
I am here, but let me go back to. Let me try. Let me go to my phone.
Okay.
I've been watching this for 3-4 hours, and I've had.
Okay, there's Mr. Shakiri just showed up, and Mr. VC should be joining momentarily.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
There we go.
Good afternoon. This is Saeed Shakiri.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And, Mr. VC, would you please turn on your video?
There we go.
There you are.
Right.
Thank you.
I resort to my phone as my computer failed me.
We'll take it.
Thank
we
you.
are having IT challenges ourselves. Okay.
So,
Mr. Vici, thank you for appearing. Please go ahead, Mr. Rubenstein.
yeah, we do not have much in the way of an affirmative presentation. Mr. Shakiri and Donna VC were previously licensed for these 2 locations in September of 2019. At the time, the record will reflect a discussion regarding Mr. VC and his request to withdraw without prejudice, which was done out of an abundance of caution due to the timing of needing to close the acquisition of the 2 locations. And so we requested a withdrawal in order to be able to timely close on the acquisition, and then almost immediately turned around and had Mr. VC reapply, and he is now before you. We're not aware of any areas of concern. There was an item that was discussed on the record in September of 2019 regarding a 2004 incident in which the Enforcement Division investigated Mr. VC at a previous place of employment, and after conducting the investigation, determined not to cite Mr. VC or do anything with respect to his gaming card. Mr. VC has proven in the interim, 16, now almost 17 years, that was a wise decision on the part of the Enforcement Division, as he has been a model citizen for all of his previous employers since that incident occurred. So with that, Mr. VC's prepared to talk about himself and provide any other information you might require.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubenstein. Mr. VC, please tell us about yourself a little bit. And before you start, is your wife an accountant? Is that accurate?
She actually runs a holding facility. You guys there?
John, you probably want to disconnect your computer and just use your phone only.
Yeah. My computer's off. This is just my phone.
You
How about now?
Yeah. I don't know why I'm getting the echo.
It's still showing that your computer is connected. That's why.
you may shut it off.
Sorry.
Okay, it's off now.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Not very familiar with the Zoom meetings. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, or do you want me to talk about myself?
Yes, yes, please. And is it your wife that is your spouse that's an accountant?
Yes, she is. She's an accountant, and she's actually the president of her, it's an animal boarding facility.
Oh.
Her owner lives in Thailand, and she's been running the place she's been working for him for 30 years plus. So she is held in high regard there, and she's actually run all of his businesses, past and present. Currently, the only one he has now, it's called the Animal Inn Kennel Services. And obviously with the COVID, she's been super slow at her business as well. Not a lot of traveling, not a lot of tourism coming to Vegas or leaving. It's picked up a little bit for the holiday, but yes, she is.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna, I'll let you talk just quickly about the W2G incidents.
Okay, sure.
Please.
So since I haven't met you, the other members I've met, I was at the podium a year ago and we discussed it, but just to update you, it was an incident 16 years ago. I was a bartender at the time with New York City Bar and Grill. It was an incident where, people would be sharing a machine or there'd be someone sitting close by, someone would hit a taxable jackpot, and the person playing that machine would maybe offer them a compensation of some sort to put their name on the taxable sheets instead of themselves. So being the person behind the bar, it was my responsibility to not allow that to happen, and I allowed it to happen. And the way it came to the surface was the people that were, looking to make the quick money. If let's just use an example, if they hit for 1,200 plus, they would maybe give them 100 to sign the sheets for them. So end of the year, the IRS is expecting that person to file that he hit the jackpot. Well, they neglected to do that. So the IRS would follow up and contact that person, and they'd say, I didn't hit that jackpot. They didn't realize they were responsible or on the hook to get those documents, sent to the IRS. So what happened, the IRS apparently investigated somewhat, and probably either by the person logged in, I believe we had the gambler's bonus system at that time. So they would either track them down by who was logged into the machine at that time. Long story short, that's how it went. And I was called in, and I believe that the few instances there were that the IRS reissued the W2Gs to the correct people, and they were responsible to either pay them or write them off against their losses. So again, I have no excuses for what happened. I've been in the industry 30 years. I've lived here since 1990. Started at Arizona Charlie Sportsbook. That was my first introduction to gaming. I was born, I'm 53 now, so been here 30 years. I was 23 years old. I worked in the sports book for a year, was brought to Charlie's Lakeside, bartended there for 5 years. We opened Bugsy's. I was the primary bartender there for another 6 years, went to New York City until 2006. And that was the only incident. And I can't apologize enough for it. I know I screwed up. It was a long time ago. Since then, I've been 2007, we opened Bogies on Ann Road under Becker Enterprises, was the owner at that time. Filed for my key employee license, was granted that by the Gaming Commission. And Saeed Shakri, our current owner, he purchased in 2009 from Becker. I reapplied for the same thing. The key employee license was granted it once again. And that's, if that gets you up to date. Otherwise, I can answer any questions.
Oh, I'm up to date. I appreciate the background. I was just going to say that your wife would probably prove wise counsel to, or provide wise counsel to you in that regard.
She was actually very disappointed. Yeah, she was very disappointed, and yes, I actually got in more trouble with her than anybody.
I imagine. Okay, well, those are the kinds of issues that for us, I mean, that go to, I mean, financial issues are critical for us. So, that it's history, and hopefully we won't ever deal with anything like that again.
Absolutely not.
I don't have any further questions on this item. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I would like to, can I add one thing to that?
Please.
I just want to add that after meeting with the Gaming Control Board back in 2004, the message really was perceived by me well, and I've explained it to other bartenders, and actually after being general manager and a key employee for Bogies for so many years, I could not emphasize enough to them the importance of the people hitting the jackpots need to be the one filing. And it's not just because I was caught in the act of that happening or the way it all went down. It's a matter of they could be looking for fraud. It could be, alimony. It could be lots of payments people are trying to get out of or not be responsible for. That could be the reason for it, and not just the fact that somebody wanted to make a little extra money. So I've been not only brought that back to my fellow bartenders at that time, but been enforcing it as a manager since.
It's wonderful.
So
thank you for that, Mr. VC.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. VC. This is Phil Katsaros. We had an exchange, I think, last time when you appeared before us, so I'm familiar. We already had our discussion on it. I take to heart that what you just stated there is that it was a good learning lesson for you. Time heals all wounds. This is going back 16 years. You've been licensed in between then, correct?
Yes.
In 2013.
2000 yeah, go ahead.
Somewhere thereabout. And then in between then, it seems that you've had a clean background.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with that, I didn't have anything further to discuss on it. You understand the importance of staying compliant. You have since that incident. And so I am happy to support this application.
Thank you.
Mr. VC, I was just curious, how widespread is this practice of one person soliciting another person to essentially accept the tax responsibilities for the first person's payout?
Well, I can't speak about other locations that I'm not involved in, but I've seen it happen prior to that. I would say, I want to say a handful of times. I think either the more people that get caught doing it and go through what I went through and spreading the word, or maybe potentially some kind of a learning or a training be a practice in every restricted or non-restricted license as to how important that is. Don't know that that's a continued practice. I wouldn't say, the only thing I can say is a lot of people do play partners on the machines, obviously prior to COVID, because now we have, restrictions between each machine, so you really can't play partners. But I don't see it happening at all anymore. I have not seen it.
Well, that's an interesting reference you made to the training piece. We do have training that is offered for restricted locations, and I can't say offhand if that is expressly referenced. I think it is, but if not, certainly something that we could do our part to educate restricted gaming licensees about their responsibilities. Just to refresh my recollection, though, I'm sure it's somewhere in our reports, but how did this matter come to the Gaming Control Board at that time? How is it that you came on the radar for your involvement at the time with that item?
I believe the IRS, after they were trying to track down like I said, the people signing were not taking responsibility for the taxes. And so that raised a red flag with the IRS. And then really that was actually the speech that I received from the Gaming Control Board was, look, we've had the IRS, we've been following the rules for 50 years. We don't want them coming here to investigate us as we're not doing anything wrong. So these type of situations will not be tolerated. And so my understanding was the IRS initiated that whole thing. And then the Gaming Control Board just kind of tracked me down because it was my shift. And at that time, it was all handwritten. Now everything's computerized with W2Gs. It makes it a little harder, I would say, probably for them to do it if anyone was inclined to do so. Because one, there's cameras on every facility now with technology. In addition to that, W2Gs come up on a computer screen. You have to type your name in. Your photo is going to be back there as the bartender. I don't see it being an issue anymore. I think it was an old school thing that went away. So
okay. And so in that intervening time period, it sounds like you have lived a fairly exemplary life and haven't had any issues that should be a concern for us. All right, and then going forward with your business ventures, what else is on the horizon for you? Where else are you going?
Well, I'm 53 now. I know that with the two, we purchased the site, and my sister were approved in 2019. So I believe we have a lease on the two properties for 10, 15 years. So I'm hoping to retire working for Bogey's Bar and Grill with Saeed and Donna.
All right, very good. All right, thank you for the presentation this morning, for the appearance. I didn't have any other questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. And with that, Mr. Casaros or
Sure.
Member Johnson, if you'd be willing to offer.
I will deal with the withdrawal request that we have before us first. I move to approve the withdrawal request of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, and that this withdrawal be without prejudice.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you.
I'll then move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for appearing. Thank you for your story and for your background, Mr. PC.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to recognize Agent Bradford for his help with this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the best. All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Liberty Automotive LLC doing business as Liberty Auto Plaza for restricted gaming license, and the application of Haroon Rashid for licensure as sole member and manager.
Okay. Welcome. We ask for the appearance of Mr. Rashid. Are you here? Mr. Haroon Rashid. If you're on mute, please go off of mute.
I see he has a message in chat.
Okay. We need to hear audio.
He has been promoted, and so I'm not sure. It doesn't look like his mic is on.
So Mr. Rashid, please take yourself off mute and engage with us quickly. Mr. Rashid, are you able to talk with us?
Can you hear me now, sir?
I can. Thank you very much. That's much better.
Thank you so much. I am not very familiar with the new system. I'm really sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you for calling in and for going off of chat. That was going to be a difficult conversation. So as you're aware, this is the culmination of a 2-year period. You were on in, it looks like, January 2019. And at that time, the transcript, Chairwoman Harris notes that for a 1-year period, you're required to have a slot in an SRO, and then you'll come back before the board and commission in 2 years to talk about the license, your experience, the state of your business, and other items. And so I would just ask you to start with that.
I started this on 2017. We applied for license, and 2018 I was approved for a conditional license for 2 years based on that I have to have a route operator, which I agreed to, and I have route operation with Golden Gaming from the day 1 for 2 years, and we have great experience with them, and so far we would like to continue with them for our future operation that would like to do the same way. We're not going to change anything.
Okay, that's wonderful. How's your business going?
Our business is doing great, sir.
Okay. And it looks like you said, so you've satisfied all the requirements. You've taken your class, your restricted gaming class.
Yes, sir, I did.
Your compliance seminar. Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. And you had your SRO for 1 year, which is clear. And you're still engaged in that same arrangement, which is
Yes,
good.
sir, and I'll continue doing the same thing.
Okay. And no hiccups in the meantime.
Absolutely not.
Okay. I have no additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I didn't have any questions either. Thank you for your appearance here today somewhat. And I'm happy to support this application. Seems you've met the conditions that we've had on the license. The conditions on the license, I think, were placed there because you're new and you had a couple of maybe disclosure issues that seem to be somewhat minor, but I'm happy to move forward. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Grazie. Would you care for a motion? Please. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you. And thank you for
Thank you, sir.
calling in.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 5.
restricted number 5 is the application of 72S and M81 LLC doing business as Gateway Lounge for restricted gaming license, and the application of Megan Foster for licensure as sole member and manager.
Okay. So for the record, we should have, let's see, number 5, we've got Miss Foster. Are you here? There you
Yes,
are.
I am.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Okay, please state your name for the record and tell us something about yourself, your background, and what you're hoping to do here.
My name is Megan Foster, and I've worked since I was 14 years old. I worked for Mono County Health Department at 19 for a few years. And then lastly, I worked for Mono County Social Services for almost 12 years. I was a fiscal manager there. I moved to Reno, but I was still working for Mono County Social Services, and I suffered 3 retinal detachments in 3 months. I have an oil bubble in the back of my eye, so I can't drive that far. So it was time to find a new job, and it's always been a dream of mine to own a bar. I just believe in it. Whether times are good or times are bad, people drink.
Okay. Right. There's one item that was that's fairly old, just I don't even know if it's worth mentioning.
I can explain it if you'd like. It's easy.
Well, I mean, yeah, go ahead if you would.
I'm assuming you're talking about the citation.
Yeah, and you were a minor at the time. Is that accurate?
I was 18. I went to a concert, and I was invited backstage by the band, and I went backstage, and it was a closed bar downstairs from, oh gosh, I can't remember, Reno Live at the time. And the bar was closed, and Reno PD came in and gave a bunch of us citations. And when I went to court, I pled no contest because yes, I was there. However, I wasn't drinking, and security allowed me back there. So I didn't even stop to think that I was doing anything wrong.
Well, thank you for disclosing that. The main reason for having you appear is because this is your first time being licensed,
yes.
Requesting a license. And just wanted you to sit through the meeting as much as possible and hear what we had to say to the prior applicants, and understand how important it is that you follow the rules and you are honest and show integrity for the reputation of the state and the gaming industry. So that's the purpose of having you appear. Thank you for appearing. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I didn't have any questions of the applicant.
I didn't have any questions either, just a couple of comments. Ms. Foster, I guess congratulations on having a bar and having your dream be
Yes, thank you.
fulfilled now. You've not had gaming there. This is your first time. How long has the bar been open now, did you say?
December 5th of 2019 was the first day open, which was
Okay.
I have bad timing, and then the pandemic hit.
Yeah, probably would have, probably haven't had the best timing, but what can you do? So you're still
we made
pressing
it.
on. Yeah, the
Yeah.
business is still going. Okay.
Yeah.
And understand, I'm supportive of your application. Sounds like other members are as well. It's just a matter of understand that there are COVID requirements.
Mhm.
And so in addition to all the other authorities that have been coming through, probably doing some inspections, we'll be doing the same.
Okay.
Should you have some slot machines there.
Okay.
Please familiarize yourself with what those restrictions are because they're specific to gaming as well. Okay, so
Okay.
we have some specific guidelines. And with that, there are 2 conditions that are standard that have been suggested, and I'm supportive of those. Hopefully you're aware of it. One of them has to do with having a slot route operator. The other one is that you will submit yourself to a regulatory compliance seminar, which I think I read that you've already set or scheduled your seminar for this month. Okay, so I'll still suggest these conditions here. Okay, and with that, I am ready to make a motion. Chair Gibson?
Please do.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read in the record by Secretary Bell, condition that prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least a 1-year period of time. Also, the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye, thank you very much. Thank you for
Thank
appearing.
you very much. I appreciate it. And I
Good luck
just
to you.
wanted to say thank you to Agent Brandon Peters. He was a pleasure to work with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
All right, we've dealt with number 6, so we'll go to number 7.
restricted number 7 is the application of Clear Sky Investment LLC doing business as Mr. Mini Mart and Wings for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Mahir Hawaii and Sahalade Yalda for licensure as members and managers.
Okay, welcome, and please state your names for the record. Your name.
Good afternoon again, David Brown. With me today is Mr. Yalda. Mr. Hayawi was approved 2 months ago, which we're grateful for, and his appearance today was waived. But with me is Mr. Yalda, and he's available to answer any questions any of you might have.
Okay, well, I'm glad to see you back, Mr. Brown, after that first item. This will be much easier, I think. So, Mr. Yalda, please tell us about yourself and what you hope to do here.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sadallah Yalda. I born in Iraq. I moved to the United States in 2008. I graduated from mechanical engineer in Iraq, and I moved to United States in 2008. I became legal February 2008, and then I started work in the car wash with Mr. Hayawi. And then I tried to work in construction, but I did have a little bad luck because the economy, and I worked a little bit with the electrical engineer, but I couldn't make it. And then I back to the car wash, and I managed the car wash from 2000, almost 2011 to 2017. And I was doing smog. I do have smog license. And I start my own, I buy a company of garage door business, and I'm working now in the garage door business.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and welcome. Your story is an inspiring story. And mechanical engineer, that's wonderful.
Thank you.
This is a location that's been licensed before, but you're a new applicant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
so again, the purpose here is for you to see what we expect and what's expected of gaming licensees in the state. And you had a chance to observe that and to understand the obligations that you're undertaking here.
100%.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues, please.
I didn't have any questions either. Just a comment. Great story, Mr. Yalda. Your background came back clean. I didn't have any questions either.
Thank you.
Member Johnson.
I did not have any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, Member Katsaros, would you offer a motion?
Will indeed. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for returning, Mr. Brown.
Thank you all very much. We appreciate you. And we also want to thank Agent Peters, who is wonderful to deal with.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. Best of luck to you.
Thanks.
Okay, with that, let's go on to number 8.
Restricted number 8 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store 20736 for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of LHA Corp. and Lovejoy Singh to receive a percentage of revenue and licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, and please state your names for the record.
Good morning, Chair Gibson. My name is Chase Whittemore with Argentum Law. Good afternoon now, and Member Johnson and Member Katsaros. I am Chase Whittemore with Argentum Law, representing the applicant, Mr. Singh, and I believe he should be here as well. Yep, there he is. Okay, I can see him.
Welcome, Mr. Singh.
How you doing?
Thank you for
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, we do not have a presentation, so we just stand here ready to answer the board's questions.
Okay. Mr. Singh, is there anything you'd like to tell us about yourself? Tell us about your background.
Well, I'm currently a business owner. I run a Subway franchise. I have been so for close to, it'll be 3 years soon. I moved from California to Reno to start my first, to be a business owner for the first time. Before operating my Subway, I used to drive for Costco.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you for appearing. And thank you. Mr. Whittemore, if I might ask, so how do you link into the family? Is it Ellen? Is it?
Ellen is my aunt.
Okay.
Yeah, and Harvey is my dad.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Ms. Gilland. Thank you for appearing.
Good afternoon.
I have no additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So did I, Mr. Singh. Thank you. Your background came back clean. Appreciate your appearance here today.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for appearing.
You're welcome.
All right. Going to entertain a motion, please.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Please.
Member Johnson.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck to you, Mr. Singh.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, that's the end of our restricted agenda. The next item is a request for final approval of an inter-casino link system. Madam Secretary.
You have one request for final approval for the operation of a new inter-casino link system. That item is Inter-Casino Advanced Progressive System, APS 2.00, manufactured by Olson Gaming, Inc., doing business as Spectronics.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Please
Hi,
state your name.
Chairman Gibson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Katsaros, Madam Secretary Bell. How are you?
Good, thank you for appearing.
My name is Christy Olson at Spectronics.
Okay, and so Olson Gaming is your company?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, we've been in the gaming industry for 20 years. And I came here from Korea, and I went to UNLV and graduated from UNLV and worked for a gaming company for many years. and started our own gaming company. So it's been 20 years. And Spectronics is a company specializes in design, manufacture, and sales of associated gaming equipment to the casino industry for 20 years. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present our latest product.
Please, and did you have an affirmative presentation?
I do. Hopefully I'll be able to take over here.
Please.
Do the presentation here. Okay, I can share. Let me see how to share this link here. Share screen. All right. Can you all see my presentation?
Your screen sharing. So there
Okay.
we go.
All right. So I'm just going to briefly go over our APS system. I didn't know how much time we had, so I made it really short. So what is APS? It's an advanced server-based progressive system. APS supports inter-casino linked progressive. APS supports multi-game, multi-nomination progressive jackpot. APS support an in-sequence loyal flush bonus jackpot and dealt loyal flush bonus jackpot on any poker game. In loyal stand and loyal order progressive bonus, any game with the loyal flush progressive jackpot can offer dealt loyal flush progressive bonus and the in-sequence loyal flush progressive bonus. There are separate jackpots that are paid in addition to the standard loyal flush jackpot. These bonuses occur infrequently, suitable for interlink progressive for large jackpot award. So there is an advantage of our APS, back office benefits, manage your progressive jackpots from your office PC, easily run daily meter and jackpot reports, identify link down problem quickly, sort your data on any field time range, easily adapt to modern IT infrastructure. And we started a field trial on October 15th, 2020. And then we picked 2 locations. These are Golden Entertainment locations, Sierra Gold at Jones and SG Bar at Flamingo. It's been a very successful field trial. Here's some pictures for you. And these are for, I think we took these pictures at the SG Bar at Flamingo. So loyal stand. And this is for the loyal order. And this is the last slide. Thank you, Nevada Gaming Technology Division, for support and guidance during our field trial. And thank you to Golden Entertainment for allowing us to perform the field trial.
Okay.
All right.
And you're done.
I'm done. I waited for a long time for this.
Thank you very much for preparing that. I do appreciate it. I don't have any questions. Do my colleagues have any questions?
I did not regarding this item. Thank you.
I didn't either. I just want to thank you, Ms. Olson. You're very enthusiastic. The product looks great. Seemed to have a lot of success during the trial. It looks very clean too.
Thank you so much. We worked very hard to put into, only concern that we started our field trial during the pandemic. So we really worry about our employees' health and then Golden Entertainment employees' health, but it went really good. No, nobody got sick.
Great to hear that.
Okay, and with that, I'll consider a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of the Spectronics Inter-Casino Link System as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsouras?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Okay, that brings us to our casino player dispute appeals. And Madam Secretary, I think 1, 2, and 3 we're going to need to take separately from 4.
You have 4 total casino player dispute appeals. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed unless otherwise noted. Item 1 is Joel Adams versus Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. Item 2 is Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino versus Stephen Rosenberg. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision to award payment be affirmed. And item 3 is Jesus Tolentino versus Boulder Station Hotel and Casino.
Okay. Members, colleagues, do you have any discussion on these items?
I don't have any discussions. I am in agreement with the recommendations by the hearing examiner in every one of these cases.
Okay. Member Johnson, who's our expert on this.
Wouldn't say expert, but I do have a particular interest in these items from time to time. The one involving the default Tolentino versus Boulder Station, I don't necessarily disagree with the conclusion. I would like the hearing examiner, though, to take a further look at this just to provide some clarification on a couple of items. I want to clarify these items for the possibility of any judicial review of the decision. So given the dollar amount that's at issue, I think it was $119,000 or so. The patron, if I'm not mistaken, was represented by legal counsel. So those types of things, I think, have a tendency to increase the probability of judicial review. And I want to make certain that the record is clear to permit any such review by a reviewing court. So I'd like to get some clarification from the hearing examiner on a couple of items. One being the issue itself. The hearing examiner has offered that the one issue was whether the progressive controller for the slot machine was malfunctioning. And I certainly think that is an issue, but along with that, I think the issue is whether a slot patron is entitled to an incorrectly displayed payout that resulted from a machine malfunction. And so I'd like to have the hearing examiner touch on that item, and particularly any statutes, regulations, case law that might exist in instances of a machine malfunction, or any technical standards or other applicable provisions that guide the disposition and review of slot machine malfunctions. And the other part, depending on the outcome of that, it may or may not even be necessary to reach the issue of what the hearing examiner touched on as a mutual mistake. I'm not 100% certain on whether there was a mutual mistake here, and so I'd like for the hearing examiner to clarify that if they continue that line of rationale. I think, from the patron's perspective, being mistaken and being misinformed are not necessarily the same thing. The patron was apparently misinformed as to what the amount was. And yes, they were under a mistaken impression of what the amount, but due to no mental process of their own, it was the information that was made available. And as far as the licensee is concerned, I'm not clear what the licensee believed when as to the underlying fact about the dollar amount at issue. So I know the hearing examiner says that I'll read here from the bottom of page 4, I think it's the last sentence, there would have been a mutual mistake because both parties would have entered into the wager mistakenly believing that the $119,000 jackpot was the correct jackpot. I could not identify what evidence would support that the respondent believed that that was the amount. And so I'd like clarification as to what did the respondent believe and when did they believe it in order to arrive at the point of there being a mistake. So I'd just like to get a couple of clarifications from the hearing examiner. So I would ask if that item could be remanded back to the hearing examiner for further findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with that line of discussion.
Absolutely. Those are absolutely logical questions and issues. So let's take 1 and 2 separately then. And then let's act on 3.
Certainly. So, and that was the Boulder one. So we'll hold that one out. Chair Gibson, I move to affirm. I was actually, we're going to make 2 separate motions in this regard, since one's denying, one's awarding. So the first one is I move to affirm the decision made by the hearing examiner denying payment to the petitioner in the matter of case number 2020-7628L.
Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye.
I'll then move to affirm the decision made by the hearings examiner awarding payment to the petitioner in the matter of case number 2020-7590L.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you. Okay, and item number 3, is that something that I should be doing? I should do personally, or should we take a vote?
You can
Well,
refer.
I
As
guess
a new chair.
a vote would be appropriate just to ensure that if there was at least one other person who concurred in my rationale.
I concur. Member Katsaros, could you articulate a motion, or Member Johnson, would you?
Yeah, Member Johnson, I'm not exactly sure what the motion would be, so if you wouldn't mind crafting one.
Sure. I've moved to remand to the hearing examiner the matter of Tolentino versus Boulder Station Hotel and Casino for further findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with the discussions on this record.
Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you. So item 4, which is a unique item.
let me read that one into the record.
Please.
That item is regarding a player dispute appeal from the Nevada Supreme Court. That item is Chisun Young versus Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, as noted on the agenda.
Okay. So the Supreme Court has ordered us to reverse the agent's decision denying redemption of $30,000 in chips. Member Katsaros, could you articulate a motion, or Member Johnson?
Certainly.
Member Katsaros, please.
I move that the board issue an order reversing the agent's decision denying redemption of $30,000 in chips in compliance with the orders issued by the Nevada Supreme Court and District Court.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Johnson,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you. The next item is our regulation agenda. Madam Secretary.
you have 2 regulation agenda items. Item 1 is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 7A, as noted on the agenda. And item 2 is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.110, as noted on the agenda. Just so you're aware, we did not receive any public comments regarding the regulations via the email specific to those regulations.
Okay. Okay. Senior Dag McKella, would you please take us through the proposed changes?
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Johnson, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKella with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission are proposed changes to Regulation 7A based on a review of the regulation commenced by Member Johnson. The last time Regulation 7A was reviewed was 1992. Also, before you are some streamlining changes concerning the logging of progressive payoff schedules in Regulation 5.110. The draft dates of the proposed changes before you today are for Regulation 7A, December 3rd, 2020, and for Regulation 5.110, November 16th, 2020. I will go through each of the changes. As I do, please interrupt me with questions at any time. For Regulation 7A.015, this defines patron by tying it directly to the disputes the board is statutorily authorized to hear. As patron is used widely and in other contexts throughout the Gaming Control Act, this definition is limited to Regulation 7A. 7A.017 is a new section establishing limitations periods for filing disputes. As statute omits limitations periods, the board and commission are allowed to supply them. For disputes where a licensee is not required to immediately notify the board, the limitations period is 30 days for disputes which do not involve a sports betting ticket and 1 year for those which do involve a sports betting ticket. For disputes where a licensee is required to immediately notify the board, the dispute action commences upon notice from the licensee to the board without a limitations period. For 7A.020, this section is updated to allow, but not require, service by email. Regulation 7A.030, subsection 1 of this section requires a jurisdictional statement regarding why a matter falls within the jurisdiction granted to the board over disputes by statute. Subsection 2 sets out that the petitioner is responsible for serving a copy of the petition on respondent, and that a failure to serve by the petitioner will result in the petition being deemed withdrawn. 7A.050 subsection 3 adds additional hearing options. Given this day and age, we'd like to be able to conduct those hearings by Zoom or whatever other platform is available. For 7A.080, this changes the statutory cross-reference to one specifying subpoenas as a board power, reincorporates the subpoena requirements from the previous statutory site, and adds a requirement for the prepayment of witness fees. 7A.120 specifies who may grant a continuance. 7A.140 adds an alternative remedy for a failure to appear to the current remedy of a default. The alternative remedy would be a failure to appear could be deemed a withdrawal of the petition by petitioner. Turning to Reg 5.110 subsection 2, this eliminates daily recording of progressive amounts less than $1,200 because these are not a significant regulatory concern and are laborious for licensees. It also contemplates payments being made by external payout devices, which didn't exist when this subsection was written, which I believe was in the 70s. Those are the proposed changes to regulations 7A and 5. These changes are before you today for recommendation to the Commission. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Senior Deck McKellar. I would start with Member Johnson, who is the driving force behind these changes. And I just note that I have always appreciated Member Johnson's interest in this important area that focuses on the individual. So please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so I was looking at these regulations and they had not been reviewed or revised, as Mr. McKellar indicated, in quite some time. So I undertook a review of them just to see what we can do to streamline, modernize some things in that area. I was fortunate to have had the assistance throughout of Mr. McKellar. It was very helpful, as well as the hearing examiners and the enforcement division, all of whom helped out tremendously. As well as my colleagues may know, I supervise the law school externs every semester. And so I assigned this item and enlisted their assistance and support as one of their assignments throughout the course of the semester. So they were able to do some comparative research from some other jurisdictions as well, and gave them a good opportunity to have some hands-on involvement with the regulation making process. A couple of items I just wanted to comment on. One regarding the statute of limitations period, and that might be the main item. That one I think is important for just a number of reasons, but to ensure that there's not an indefinite time period that a party can bring forward a dispute. And so obviously the longer an item is out there, we have evidence that gets compromised or disappears, or it's just otherwise difficult for the Gaming Control Board to conduct an investigation about a claim that a patron might make. So I think, and the hope is that by requiring these limitations periods, that parties will act sooner, not sit on their rights, avoids issues of latches or unreasonable delay in bringing forward claims that they might have, and allows the agency and the licensees and the patrons alike to move forward. And Mr. McKellar, concerning that 1 year limitation with the sports betting tickets, that is consistent with existing provisions governing redemptions of sports betting tickets, correct?
Yes, Member Johnson, that is correct, and that's found in Regulation 22.080 subsection 3.
All right, very good. I wanted to ensure that that was contained in the record. And the Madam Secretary indicated that there had not been formal comment received. I do want it known that I did reach out to parties informally to solicit any thoughts, concerns, input about the entirety of Regulation 7A, and particularly the provisions governing the statutes of limitations period. And I would say that, at least informally, the feedback was very constructive and very positive and appreciative for the board taking up that item. So I think the balance of it is the result of a good effort to try to modernize and make that process transparent and fair. And so I appreciate everyone involved and encourage my colleagues to support a favorable recommendation to the Gaming Commission to adopt these regulation changes with an effective date upon passage.
I do, and would you make that motion, Member Johnson?
All right. I didn't know if there were any other questions or comments. Or...
I'm sorry, yes.
I didn't have any comments or questions. I do support the changes for 7A. With regard to 5110, were we going to deal with that separately? Okay.
That's my understanding. So
that's
great.
All right. So if the chair is entertaining a motion, we'll make that motion to forward to the Nevada Gaming Commission proposed revisions to Regulations 7A as read into this record for their review, consideration, and adoption with an effective date upon passage or adoption, whichever the case is.
Oh, thank you, Member Johnson. Madam Secretary.
Just to clarify, that would be the draft dated December 3rd, 2020.
Double check. I believe that, yes, that is correct. Thank you for that additional clarification.
Thank you. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. And that brings us to our 5110.
I've read that one into the record. You can
Yeah,
discuss.
okay.
Yes, I have.
I did have a couple of comments on that one, Chair Gibson. At the end of it, I was hoping we might be able to refer this one back. I concur with what Member Johnson just stated there, is that it's a great thing that we, take the time to update some of our regulations and modernize them. With this one in mind, I believe this was something that Chief Colvin and his staff had raised, and perhaps Chief Douglas and so forth. And I wholly concur with the idea of what they proposed here. However, independently, I had a similar sort of effort as well to modernize Regulation 5110. And in discussions with them, since this was proposed, it seems we might be able to further streamline what the requirements here under this regulations would be, and such that the Gaming Control Board would still have the sufficient records to be able to investigate any player dispute and have information with regard to any progressives being reduced or moved to another progressive bank. And so with that, what I was hoping to do is to get back with staff on this to further streamline this regulation if possible.
Okay, let's do that then. Any need for a motion, or I'll just do that personally? I'll refer that back then.
I believe you can do that.
Yes, that's what we'll do.
Thank you for that
again. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our final item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any additional public comments via email during the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of January, and we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.